Hello there, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormsayer2146. It's Tuesday, the 3rd of January 2023, and we're back to play more City Skylines today. Back in our city of hexagons that we've been playing around with, our Sandbox build, just trying different things out. Had a good session last time trying a few different things and allowing what we built so far to develop a bit. We did have a traffic problem in the middle of the quarter we've built so far, so looking forward to playing with that some more and learning more about how we might improve that, and then developing more sectors of the city out in different fashions is what we decided in the end. Try some different designs and see what difference they make. So I'm not sure how much we'll get put in today. Hopefully another quarter of the city would be nice to get up and running. I think the first thing will be to continue with the tourist drop-off points we were working on at the end of the last session, where the traffic coming in from off-map will stop and get onto public transport services. So let's hop back in. And I was thinking about it between streams, and I'm not entirely happy about these connection points being on a straight road, so I am going to change them into hexagons. That'll probably be the first thing we do. Hi Aki, hello, welcome in again, nice to see you. So yeah, we'll redo a little bit here to make hexagons. Then we need a similar connection point on the east of the city, over here for traffic coming in from the north, trains coming in from the north, hopefully another harbour if we can, and we'll probably use some of this empty space to put an airport in as well. So we'll have the two out of city traffic connection points that then use the metro line to come in. How am I? I'm good, thank you. Still feel the cough today. Yeah, still a little bit. I think I'll still be coughing during the stream, as the more I talk, the worse it gets, obviously. So it can feel quite good in the morning when I'm not talking, and then we'll get 4 hours into the stream, it'll be a bit more worse. But we'll see how it goes. I'm still, I'm still getting lots of rest and treating it well, so it should be improving. We're close to the point where I'll talk to the doctors about it, but not quite there yet. Okay, let's start with this road. I'm going to change. Just going to follow the same pattern that we've got, and these should connect up. Okay, it's still going to be like that road's just for the garbage trucks to get over to these buildings, so that's still going to be the same, but I want it to look in the same vein as the rest of the city. So need to bring that one over. Where's that? Yeah, it should be counterclockwise here. There, we think, and then it's that one. This road should be... which one do we use? I think it was the medium. Yeah, 2 lanes each way plus bike lane, that one. Tina's about where that is. That should be... yeah, that's good. And this one is the same as that road, so it's... oh, do I have that wrong? I think I... no, that's right, because this row goes up, that row goes down, so that one's going up, so this is going down. These should go upwards. Yeah, that all makes sense. to me at least. That should be there, but it should be facing that way. And then be a road there. Again, facing that way, I think. Seems right. Find out in a minute when we see the whole pattern together. Turn that bit around. Hi Ellie, nice to see you. Oh, you bought the game. It's nice, it's a good game. I bought 4 DLCs in the end over Christmas. Yeah, it was like the game itself would have been very cheap in the sales for sure, so it's good to have. Hi Alizara, nice to see you. So many I didn't buy that many this Christmas. I wasn't a huge number in the sale that I saw and was like, oh, I've got to get that. I think I bought, yeah, it was 3 or 4 DLCs for this and then 4 other games, which isn't many. More cities for the people, yeah. Yeah, it's good. More hexagons as well, I hope. That's going up, that's going down, that's going up, that's going down, and then they alternate. So it doesn't really matter whether it's going that way, or vice versa. That's fine then. So if a car wants, or a garbage truck wants to get over there, it takes that one, and that one, and that one, and gets there. And if it wants to get back, then it goes under and under and under, and then that's a bit weird. It has to go up over there and around. Bit weird, but not too bad. Hi there, rule breaking doorknob, nice to see you. Yeah, that's vaguely the idea. An entire, they're not quite roundabouts, but they're close enough that I think it'll work. I hope it'll work. hasn't been perfect so far, but not been bad. Hi Mondo, nice to see you. Or Yakuza collection for £5 each isn't bad. There's a lot of content in the Yakuza games. They keep you busy for a long time. Imagine having to drive here in real life. I know. I think it would still be better than driving in a normal city in real life. Most of the cities I've tried to drive in are like a nightmare because every junction is different and like a weird shape and badly signposted. At least here, you know, every junction you get to is the same as the one block over. I was actually Planet Coaster, you bring that up. That's the kind of game that I should have really enjoyed playing, you know, as like a game where you build stuff. And I love Roller Coaster Tycoon and the older theme park games, but really could not get into Planet Coaster at all. I don't exactly know why, but something about it just really didn't grab me. I think it was maybe too much freedom kind of thing, like having to build everything from scratch or download a pre-made one or something. Not a lot in the base game to actually build, I guess. I don't know. I found it a bit weird and didn't really connect with it. We're breaking down. You feel like having every hexagon go the same way. Yeah, but you can't. Because we thought about that before, I think. If I come to one of the empty ones here, you can't have these 2 hexagons that are touching each other both go, for example, clockwise. Because this shared road would need to go southbound for these guys and northbound for those guys. So you have to alternate which way round they're going. Or you need, like we've got here, a shared road that goes both directions. which in this place looks quite easy. You've got like 3 shared roads, so you have 3 that can go in both directions. But when you get into the middle, all 6 sides are shared with another hexagon. So you'd be building the whole thing out of 2-direction roads. And that's how we started. We started with every road going in both directions. Now that creates a junction where you've got traffic flowing across each other's paths all the time. So they were getting stuck in the middle of the high density commercial. All these junctions were getting stuck with traffic. So this is like the second idea for the layout we've got. So hexagons do go in a one-directional pattern, except it then alternates. So it's clockwise, then counterclockwise, clockwise, then counterclockwise. And the 2-lane roads exist only where traffic flows without crossing its path. So southbound traffic here can't cross paths with traffic coming from the other direction, for example. It either goes to the top or to the side, and these guys only go to the side. So it took some designing, but I think this is an improved or a good compromise between that idea of having a one-way system so it behaves like a roundabout and having it not kind of like flow into dead ends every now and then, hopefully. You think you're being clever with traffic, then yeah. Even so, we appear to still have traffic issues, yeah, which is cool. It's cool to see. We're trying to improve by working on public transport for a bit and see if that can make it flow better, but we'll see. Okay, so that fits the pattern on that section. All we need to do is reinstate the vehicle restrictions. So show me the giant square. Yeah, showed me that picture. How's that going? Have you developed that any further, or it's something we might be able to, or some bits of it that we might be able to work with? I don't know. I'm going to try all sorts of different things in the different parts of the city, so that idea of like gradually reducing the density into different sectors might be something we can work on or borrow from. Haven't done much city side. Yeah, fair enough. So we want to ban cars, buses. Let's keep buses open in case we do use them. Cars, taxis, and lorries. I'll allow everything else. Cars, taxis, and lorries. Cars, taxis. This should be the last section we need to restrict. So that road needs to stay free for everyone because of traffic coming under that tunnel. It wants to make the same journey, and that's all shared with everyone. So yeah, those restrictions are good. They just stop other traffic from using these 2 hexagons. So it will just be people who I want to have the shortcut to get over here rather than everyone. Let's reconnect the power lines. There we go. Oh, except we want to, yeah. I also want to redo this edge as hexagons as well. So I think we just delete everything and we'll put it in again afterwards. Yeah, let's take this out of the way as well. We'll just cut that tunnel back a little ways. Reconnect it. And the roads are laid out properly. I'll leave that connection there. Hopefully it lines up close to there. We'll see. So we want to continue this one with the same kind of deal. Okay. Bye-bye roads. Bye-bye straight roads. Roads are allowed only if they're in a hexagonal pattern. There, and then 14 units to the right. And up we go. Wrong button. That one. Not going the wrong way yet, so that should be copying them. How that is here, so if they are... Yeah, that's all fine. That connection's not a problem. This next bit out. And then we should be able to just copy trees, copy that a lot, and that one into there. Snapping. There we go. Just need to reconnect the end. Okay. So what I guess we ideally want is to connect the 3 buildings onto this hexagon at the end. Then we can like have pavements and stuff in the middle so people can get to them quickly. So we want a ferry station. Not a ferry station, a harbour, that's the one. We want to connect that to this bit. It can't come further inland, which is a shame, so we won't actually get it. Oh, unless we get our landscaping tools out. Can be really silly. We cut this riverbank in so that it's closer to the road. Might be able to get it connected directly. Bit messy. Interesting how the weird lumps have appeared in some places and they don't seem to smooth out properly. Might have the wrong... I need that one that's got like solid edges. It's behaving a bit better. Still not great. Let's try smaller... Yeah, that one, smaller brush. No, still doesn't want to smooth that edge out. Interesting. Down the bottom there it's made some weird holes. Don't know why. Won't smooth them. Let's try adjusting them manually with a really, really small brush. Doesn't really want to do that either. No random holes now, but there are random lumps. That won't. Oh, I see. Need to. Kind of tidying it up a bit. Let's try again with a slightly bigger brush to smooth it over. No, that's not happier with that. What's going on there? Just have to deal with it having a few weird lumps around the place. Try putting the harbour in, it might smooth some of that edge out as it adjusts to the building. So yeah, I don't think you can put it onto an existing road, it wants its own one, so let's get that out of the way and then we'll try and get it lined up in an alright place. It's not snapping at all now, it's not. Ah, I bet we need the water to settle into the hole we made before the harbour will accept it as a building spot. And we have, of course, flooded ourselves by making that gap. Sure, that little wave won't do too much damage. Okay, can we? Yeah, so now we're allowed to put a harbour in here. Perhaps not exactly where I want it. That looks kind of close enough-ish. Get the right spot. We're moving the mouse and it's moving, so we're not going to get a perfect spot. And that'll do. Yeah, we'll reconnect these roads up. Let's keep it straight as far as we can. Then join. No, that's too short. And I've lost snap angle. That was too short. Let's try from. No. So I'll have to be from there, like that. It's okay. It's close enough. I'm not upset by the weird angle of it, but it would take hours to get that harbour in exactly the right place, I'm sure. And what do you think we can? We bring this, the whole 14 units over. Let's snap to like an end. Yes, it will. I doubt we can get a perfect 120-degree angle like this, but at least get one end correct and then the other close enough. Try that. We can pause time again now that the water's in the right place. Yeah, it kind of wants the road to be like half a unit longer, which you can't do. I mean, we can bring it out and see what we can, but no, it won't do it in a straight line. I don't know why. I guess the distance at the end isn't long enough. Like that one unit there where we want to attach, it won't Yeah, it's between the two units. That's fine then. We'll just slightly off shape hexagon on the end here. Let's check water pipes. That will be different now. Want to run that. Oh, we disconnected power to the water and ran time, so people are going to be upset. Oh dear, never mind. To run it the same as we have through the city, but that's doesn't really make sense with it like this, having a vertical one through every. No, it wouldn't make sense. So let's just do a horizontal line from here. Out to that'll do, I guess. We might need to add a bit more depending on where the stations end up in the end. Let's reconnect. Let's do the stations before we reconnect the power. Not quite sure where they're going to go. So we want a train station for passengers north of the hexagon. So it's either there, maybe there, or in the middle. Can't go in the middle here. Not enough space. Makes sense. Okay. Guess there's a best option. Let's go with that. Clear these trees out the way. And then we want to connect to that line, so that's going to need to move further to the right. Train line. We just do a corner from here and then we'll line it up there, so 12 unit corner is something we commonly do. Hopefully that's good enough. Then that's going to need 7 units forward. 12 unit corner again. And it can join up. Good. That's nice and neat. Don't know if I didn't really check whether trains could go full speed around a corner of that size, but that's fine. It's not a problem. And probably neater that way than sending the line off this end and trying to get it under the road again. So that's all good. There's a random dead end sign there that isn't on a network of any kind, so not sure what that is. Never mind. Can't be important. So the last one we had over here was a metro station. I quite liked having a above ground one, just for the way it kind of looks as a hub. Then put that one there to mirror to that, rather than a little one. Yeah, I like that. I think we said obviously got a network for this quarter, and then we've put in stations that have a second platform that will connect between quarters. So ultimately this should probably be connecting to the one that goes between quarters, but because we haven't set that up yet, we'll for the time being connect it to the existing line up here. So we'll do similar to there, I guess, one corner then another. Bring this all the way over and then we can look at that. Yeah, if we do 12 unit corner, can it go underground as it goes? Yes. Good, because I don't think we've got much more space. That's only 11 units, so we can't do two 12 unit corners. No big deal, we'll do a 12 and an 11. And then join them. They're too close because they're at different heights, annoyingly, but that's fine. That'll join them. And then they can wiggle their way above ground. So we've got harbour, train and metro, which is what we had before on the straight roads, but now they're on hexagons, which is much better, of course. We need to reconnect power, so let's bring this somehow. It's kind of go there and then up, I guess. Go above the train line, that's good. To move the this step where it goes up and over the road, so that here instead. There is acceptable, just about goes around that line. And there we go, connect the water pumps again, so they'll stop complaining about that, hopefully. If, well, let's unpause and find out if they... There's no power over there. Why is there no power over there? The solar power plant is not generating power because it's not getting a water supply. Water pumps are not getting water because they're not got power from the solar plant. So it's we need to kickstart one of them. We can kickstart the water with an alternate power source that doesn't require water, like wind turbines. If we just put one next to them, hopefully that gets some water flowing. At least some. We should get the solar plant started, which will make enough electricity to keep everything else going. Okay, good. Those two stations didn't get water. Okay. So we need to extend these lines a little bit. That'll do, just to cover everything there. Yeah, you can share link store up. Yeah, that's fine. We disabled all the auto mods and stuff, so it should be fine to do it. Not sure what that's complaining about. No big deal. Could we do any more landscaping here? I just want to neaten this edge up a little. Go weaker and bigger, maybe. No, I think it's the default map that I'm using is a bit... It's got such straight edges and tall cliff lengths here. It's not good for terraforming. That down. Try and sort these out. Smooth them a little bit, but not really a lot. Just have to live with them being a bit lumpy and weird, I think. Here's your link. Let's have a look. Yeah. Like in a... So one narrow one, and then the surrounding one's a bit wider in the surrounding. So that's a 5 across in each cell. Will that fit? Hard to tell. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 across. And well, in theory from here, I guess, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 up, maybe 11. You could call it 11 by 11. So if we went the 6th in from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. This row, and then from the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that one. It's hard to find like a middle point because it's not square. So like this is the middle of the city. So maybe you can work from there somehow. Yeah, one. Where is the middle city? That's the middle of the city, this one here. You did 2, 3. That's one of them. The next one would... They don't slot together neatly because of the offset. Interesting. So you might like leave a gap and then the next one will be there. Doesn't fit well with the city, but yeah. Start with central, work outwards, makes it easy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If we can find like the center one of a pattern, then you could adjust it accordingly. Be one we do in a later corner perhaps. There's not a huge amount of options to shrink down the size actually, because we're using like in order to follow this pattern that's got the one ways and the not one ways, there aren't many options, but obviously that can be changed. Interesting. You had the space to draw the 2 more on. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean by that. How it would then full tile. So the offset continues all the way round. So if you do a full set around, you would end up in the same place. Not the same, like in the right place to fit them adjacent to each other. So if you've got a cluster here in the dead middle, that 3 on the right edge is like nudged up a little here, so you'd have one more there, and then when you go all the way around, the next one ends those 3 across there, so there is no like gap if you follow that pattern. Yeah. It doesn't work amazingly in what we've done so far because of where the junctions are. But no, it's interesting though. Could we fit in? If it's 5 across, you can only fit 2. I'm going to bookmark that picture you've sent me, and we may revisit that for one of the later quarters of the city that we work on. Hello there, Chaos. Hello, welcome in. It is very hexagonal, yes. It's one big hexagon made of many, many little hexagons, and it's proving very interesting. If not a complete perfect solution to everything, we're playing with stuff. We're finding out. Good. We need to redo, because I deleted the station, we need to redo the route of the metro. Can't remember what we did before. We've got a route that goes all residential and university. We've got one that does those to the commercial, so I think we just do like the tourist route, which would be from the out of city to the commercial, then probably to the other commercial that's here, before coming back. There we go. Let's just get that sorted. So that is that's why we're getting errors. It remembered the line. This can be our new pink west tourist connection. There we go. Is it working? I don't really know is the answer. The theory is that you should get the benefits of having roundabouts everywhere, so traffic should flow really well and not stop. But I feel like we've still got quite a high volume of traffic. So if we bring up the traffic view, there we go. We do have like good traffic, like we're approaching 90%, which isn't bad. But we do get hot spots like here, where traffic does stop, or at least go very slowly. So it's not perfect for sure. And we've only got around a quarter of the city built in. A little less really, because we should fill these gaps in with something. So when we've got the other quarters in, I'm not entirely sure if like these roads that connect, which are going to be busy because that's where the like junctions off of the highway are, they might become overloaded at the initial points. Don't know. Won't know until we get it all leveled up, I guess. If we combine low and high density, yeah, that was so one of the plans for the quarters, probably the one that we're going to try next, was to spread everything out more. So instead of having a 7 hexagon cluster just commercial and a separate one just residential, we'll kind of make a more spread out pattern that if like the commercial is a problem, if we spread the commercial out, then things should flow better, hopefully. We still have a traffic problem in the low density commercial, so I'm not sure how much of a difference it's going to make, whether that's low or high density. And, you know, like I've said, I'm not entirely sure why there's traffic here in the first place. Some buses shouldn't be causing issues, but yeah, mostly just people. A few tourists, quite a few tourists, okay. And that's one thought, is improving our public transport for tourism specifically should reduce the problem a bit, at least a bit. But yeah, the general idea, where are they going? Good question. Let's have a look at some people. So this person is a tourist who's leaving the city. So they've been in to visit something in our low density commercial zone, and now they're on their way out to the north. We've got Albert Davies, who lives over here in high density residential zone 2 and is just driving to the market. So that's the kind of traffic that I would expect to have walked or taken a bus, because there is one available, or cycled, or even got on the metro, considering it's all free and stuff. Those are the kind of people where I'm not quite sure why they're driving. Yeah, obviously the like actual commercial traffic doing deliveries is to be expected. Another person making that same journey from residential zone 1 to come do some shopping. Don't know. Suppose coming, yeah, from the same, so they're relatively short journeys, but perhaps they're just far enough that they decide the car's the right option, which is why the general idea was to like start in the middle with residential, and then start alternating, so offices to work in, then commercial to buy from, then offices, like that. So that should be commercial, which makes this one residential. That one. And then I'm not sure what happens next, but by mixing them together more, thought that might spread the traffic out some more. I guess this would be like commercial here, office here, And then, yeah, do that over the whole quarter. And see how that goes. Like, how that behaves differently to this one. How we do the pedestrian zones would have to be a bit different. So this might also be the quarter where we try one giant pedestrian zone with lots of supply points around the outside. Maybe. Is there an available bus? Yeah, there would have been. Should have been. Let's check it. So there's a route from... No, there's not. Yeah. Now what's that? That's low density. So there's a bus route from the low density to their commercial zone. There is a metro route from high density to the high density commercial. So I guess if they want to go from high density residential to low density commercial, they're not got a simple public transport route. They would need to take the metro to the low density residential centre and a bus from there, which would be a lot longer than driving. Then again, why go from high density residential 1 to low density commercial when you could take a bus to high density commercial? Is it maybe there is like different businesses as far as the AI is concerned? So we need to provision for that perhaps? A bus in from every sector to every sector? Might be able to. Are we providing, like that would be the loop they use, which is oversubscribed, so let's double that to improve that a little bit. What about the buses? This one could be, yeah, very oversubscribed. That one needs a big boost. Double it for now and see if that helps. That one looks okay, so I think that's probably fine. Yeah, you think? Yeah, I am. But if we can find a zoning layout or a general layout for a quarter that improves it anyway, then we would redo this so that we don't need to do that, because that's quite complicated and hard to keep track of whether I've made every single bus route possible. Like from residential 1 you need to go to the 2 commercial zones and various service zones and the office buildings, because I don't necessarily work in the closest office either, so I could be taking long journeys to get to work. So I do more and more feel like this layout isn't a particularly good one. AI makes every person like its own thing. That's interesting. So they may be deciding to intentionally take further journeys, or longer journeys. Interesting. In any case, what I would like to do is put our transport hub in the east first, and then we'll try that alternate design in this quarter and see if it's better or worse, or what impact it has. See how people behave in that area, and then we can decide whether there's like a third idea to try in the next quarter, or whether we like that one and therefore place that out into every quarter. We'll see from what happens in this quarter, how we feel about that layout. But yeah, first I want to sort out another transport hub, ideally connecting to a harbour on this river. Just want to see how far north we can go. Quite a long way. Go about there. where that bit of trees goes in is about where we're going to be. Which isn't too bad, it's kind of with that top corner of the city. Which is good actually, because we'll have incinerators there. Yeah. I wonder if the metro could act like a star with a hub point in the middle. Only if you use multiple platform depths. So, had a number of problems trying to connect these underground lines together, but you can't connect them at a right angle. So you can't have like a straight line that comes off there. You can't do a roundabout that is even, because you need draw it out so I can see what I'm trying to say. You need to pull like two lines off like this, and they don't like that. At this point you can't get the right angle. You can have a bunch that come in like this, you say. It's not literally like that, is it? It's more like this, because there's a station in the middle there. So people coming in from any of these three lines can go out. Oh, that might work actually. If you get the angle right. Because once they're in the station, they can like turn around and take any exit. So I was thinking like this line on the right wouldn't be able to come out on the left, but it would if it can get into the station. And that angle is under 45 degrees or over 45 degrees. Must be under 45 degrees. So that's, yeah, that's what you were thinking, yeah. So that would work good to get. It's obviously not going to be like an exact star shape, because we've only got one in the bottom right. So if it was in the middle, which is residential zone 2, the one coming from, you know, 3 coming out the top, 1, 2, 3. The bottom left would be going here, a bit like you could. So you bring all the metro lines into residential zone 2, and then, yeah, like a bus line or something out to everywhere else. But that's the kind of trouble, I guess, is don't know where they want to go. I mean, you could just have a bus route that stops in literally every hexagon, with a lot of buses and one single route, and everyone would be able to get where they're trying to go. Try another area. Yeah, we'll try it. Yeah. It's just knowing what the best hexagon to put the stations in is. We know we need one like at the university. That's an obvious place to put a station. And I think centre of any commercial zone is fine, but if we spread the commercial zone out, then it doesn't really have a centre to put the station in. It's interesting. We'll come to it, but I'm excited to explore ideas in the next quarter. Yeah, for sure. Good, so if we are going to pull off from here, let's get started with that. We're going to have another hexagon like here, I guess. It's a good spot. So we want to head out of the city here, which I need to get the highway out of the way while we work on it. Quite a long way, which is going to be interesting how we get the highway traffic over here, but we'll worry about that in a second. roll. That's nice. Rolling up the highway. Could be asymmetrical on this one. Yeah. Or split in some other kind of fashion, but like you say, have a central hub point for metro stations from further away, and then maybe bus stations from there for shorter journeys. Don't know. I think we'll be able to do something with that idea for sure. That one. Let's extend this as well for... Yeah, so you have like fewer buses in general, because obviously buses are traffic. A bus is better than 5 cars, but at least you don't want dozens and dozens of different bus routes sharing the same road, I guess. So if they also did like routes that went out in a cross pattern or something like that to a few other important nearby things, it could work. So that's that, and then we want 14 units away from there. We go up again. No, down again. That 14 units over and up again. That. Go. Yeah, and then that middle bit gets upgraded into that one. That's right. Good. Twitch is doing that thing with the viewer count again. Sorry, I should ignore it, but it keeps distracting me when it changes. Just want to work out why it just gets it wrong so much. And then that, can I... Yeah, we can copy that now, can't we? If I get my guidelines out of the way. Oh, the number's just not accurate, so there'll be like multiple people talking in the chat over a short period of time. So I know there's like 2 or 3 people here, and the number says there's 0. So it's obviously just wrong. I guess my concern about it, the reason I worry about it is if Twitch are measuring my statistics based on where they're getting that number from, my stats might be wrong as well, which hurts my performance if I'm trying to, like, you know, get affiliate or unlock it and whatever. I want them to be using the right number. So yeah, I don't know if they've got the right number, they've got the right number, and that's fine, and I shouldn't worry about it. And if 0 is the right number for whatever reason, then I also shouldn't worry about that either. It's just knowing that people are here and it telling me there's not is just a bit confusing, I guess. Distracting, yeah. Your internet's... Oh, your connection's spotty, so sometimes it swaps in it. Yeah, that's possible. There's also people who, like, I know some people come and lurk here. They'll put the stream on, then they'll go away, do other things. They might get a, like an error 2000 or whatever that kills the stream, and they don't realise because they're not actively watching. So their numbers, like, even though I know they were here, they might not be here anymore after even a short amount of time or something. So we need to take this all the way to the coast. I don't want to terraform that far in, so I'm going to clear these trees out of the way. Let's do what we did last time and just move them out of our way. We grab all of that, just move it up It'll look a bit silly up there, but no big deal really. Switch this back and make a few more hexagons. That. So yes, I would like to flatten that out. I guess that's interesting. Of course, this one was on a bit of an angle, so we could snap it. So might want to do a little bit of terraforming so that we can get to this bottom road with the harbour. But we can look at that. That's cool. Yeah, we need to work out what kind of junction we're going to do to get people over here. We can't... What we did on this one was quite easy. We just copied what we'd done so far and it fit the pattern perfectly. But because this road is facing a different direction and hexagons aren't even all the way round, we can't just rotate it and put it up here. So it is going to be something different. Probably simpler. See. Let's try and get that harbour lined up first. Let me just restore this byway. Go. We will remember to restrict the traffic later. I'm sure we will remember. Okay, let's have a look here then. So that's where I want it to connect, but we could do with bringing that edge up so that we could get a flat road there anyway, if we can do that. Kind of. That's a bit far out, but you see how steeply this drops off. It's not going to terraform well. Can I just smooth it a bit? Maybe that will help. Kind of and kind of not. Interesting. If I smooth it, it tries to pull it in. A little bit of fiddling. You think we'll get something close enough to do what I'm after? Do it. You also wonder whether the mobile app is buggy. Yeah, I mean, Twitch in general is relatively buggy. Saw someone else mention pausing for them. Yeah, which might, like you say, it might be your connection, but could be the similar kind of thing that causes that error 3000, error 2000, whatever it is, on desktop. Sometimes the player just stops, and no one really knows why. So that could also be happening. It's interesting behaviour. It's not recognising that that's a shoreline. Maybe it's because I'm paused. Need the water to resettle. Oh yeah, I need that. The water I shoved out of the way by raising the ground needs to go and flood our city before we can build this shore. Yeah, and yeah, if you reset your connection, you get going. It's possible. I don't, don't know. I shouldn't worry about it. I'm sure everything will be fine, but just a bit frustrating if tells me no one's watching and I know they're not. Yeah, people. You can even turn the volume off completely if you want to, but I don't recommend that. It's just need to cut that in a bit, don't we? It does count if it's muted. It does. Even if you, like, however you mute it. If you mute it on the player or by muting the browser, it still counts you as a viewer as long as the video stream is being ingested by your connection. Which is, yeah, like, yeah. Twitch have said specifically, I think it's part of the FAQ on their page about what is a viewer. Anyone, because obviously some people actively watch with the audio off because they, like, maybe they're deaf or hard of hearing and it's not enjoyable to listen, so they just have like subtitles and watch, so they still count as a viewer. But yeah, my mentality is if you're not really, well, I guess it depends on like why you're doing it, but if you're not actively watching the stream and you're leaving it on in the background and ignoring it just to boost someone's numbers, it's not really helping directly. So it doesn't help that person grow or understand their viewership because they're getting false information, but it does really help their standing in the category. So if it's a streamer like me who is relying on being in the right categories to grow, then it's very helpful because it moves me up the ranking of who's got the most viewers. If it's a streamer who's not relying on category, then it's pointless to do it because you're not giving them what they need, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes you listen and don't watch, or don't listen and watch. Yeah, same. Most of the time, I mean, before I was streaming like all the time, I'd have a game on my main monitor and a stream on my second monitor. So I'm kind of not watching it because it's only like in the edge of my vision. But I'm listening to it in the background of everything. And then yeah, sometimes, yeah, like you are now, if you've got the time, you can watch and listen at the same time. Now that's better. That's a good edge for it. Let's try. It's just in a nice position, but I need to get it there. That looks too shallow. That angle, don't like that. There. That looks better. Good enough. That's where the road would be. It won't let us connect that because it's too short. We can do that one. And then plug that into there. No, too short. Ooh. Okay. We'll need to go. It's fiddly. Yeah. We'll put the screen down somewhere and do something else. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's important, I think, for everyone, any content creator, to be making sure there's something audible all the time. So some people will go to a stream, or a lot of people will go to a stream, they're not actively watching, like they're lurking with it in the background doing something else. That's extremely common. So it doesn't necessarily have to be talking, but there needs to be something to listen to all the time. It could be just like music or something, but or like the gameplay could be explosive enough that you have audio all the time. Because we're playing like quiet, gentle, relaxing game, I need to talk. That's the noise that needs to be made. Yeah, absolutely. I like when I'm in the kitchen, I've got one of those like Wi-Fi speakers hooked up, so I'll put like a podcast or something from Spotify on. I don't have a screen outside of my study room, and I like it that way because I spend a lot of time in front of screens. This angle is driving me absolutely crazy. We need a new approach. I'm going to make a slightly longer straight here, and then make this a bit longer, and try and get that at 120 degrees. That's close enough. So it's still hexagonal, it's just like a hunchback hexagon. It's not great, is it? But I don't see any other option. Couldn't get a straight in order to connect unless we... Yeah, I like to be able to not have a screen on for a while, to know that I can get away from the screens for a long time. So they're all in here. I mean, I've got a phone, and spend way too much time staring at that, I guess, but try not to. I mean, that's our other option, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, still a hexagon of A type. That it might be better still. Can we just cut over like that? Don't like that either. It's like the shortest we can do it. First way was probably the best. Facing the right way, that'll do. Yeah, that's close enough. From a distance you can't tell. There we go. Ah yes, we're going to need to bring water and power over here. Let's do the water like we did the other side, one straight line down the middle. That's not the middle. He's snapping to something weird. You bought some, yarn and knitting needles to avoid your phone. Yeah, it is, yeah. And it's, of course, quite typically people like my parents who spent a long time when I was a teenager saying, stop staring at your phone, who are spending the entirety of Christmas at the dinner table at Christmas. Staring at their phones. Can't get away from it these days. Shouldn't complain. You managed to knit a beanie. Cool. Yeah, it's quite. Like you say, you can still look up and look around, and you can still talk to people while you knit. It's not like all-consuming like a phone is. Okay. Harbour water. Let's do the same as we did the other side. Get a train passenger one at the top and a metro above ground at the bottom. That can be like a mirror of what we've got on the western side of town. Then I also wanted to fit on this side an airport, which I don't have the airport DLC, so it would just be a simple that one. No, there's a bigger one than that, isn't there? Am I crazy? There, international airport, 2 runways, 11 terminals, and a subway connection. Interesting. I see it. It's like at a 45-degree angle underneath the terminal. Okay. So we could fit that somehow. Like if we put a hex in there and then plug that into the metro system. I like this idea. Don't know if we need to come further away. Just looking at how close that the runway heading towards the northwest comes to the road at the end. I don't know. You do some D&D sessions. Yeah, don't bring your phones to the smartwatch is really... Yeah, there's no point in leaving your phone in the other room if you've got a smartwatch on. Although you know, when I did tabletop stuff years ago now, but you'd like have so much information on your phone. Like I'd have my entire character sheet on my phone, like on an app, because it's easier to keep track of and stuff. So then you get distracted, yeah, when you get a message and what have you. So I want to copy just a little bit. Connect that in. It needs to go the other way round, like that. Should pause when we do this. I think I don't want, because it's going to employ people to work over here, and I don't want them trying to come to work. Well, we haven't set up a good connection for them to do so. So how does this connect? It's not like the metro or the train station. It's not snapping to a road. Am I... is that a road that runs along the front of it? It looks like it. Okay. So that's like snapping the roads together. But it won't build that because the space is already occupied. Interesting. Not sure why. But that one's okay. So it's just the angle of it, I guess. Interesting. Sutan, hello, welcome in. Stop signs, yeah. Right, stop in the middle of everyone, yeah. Got a 2-month-old baby at the table. Well, that's even more distracting than a phone. That, yeah, for sure. I think if I put another... no. I was thinking of putting another hex in here, but that doesn't line up like that. Because that's not where that type of hex goes. We'd have one there, so you might be able to line the middle of that road to the middle of the next hex, possibly. We can give that a go. Yeah. Get them picking their favourite class as quick as you can. Make sure they know what role they're going to fill. I reckoned if this came out and that went in, that would have fit quite nicely. At least they aren't roundabouts. They're not roundabouts. But they're kind of roundabouts, but they're not. That's the important distinction. They have nice straight edges that you can build buildings on. The advantage of it doesn't quite line up by like maybe 1 unit or less than a unit. If I just build it as close as I can, then we can redo these roads. They'll go at a slight angle. What if we do either way? So it can't be centralized. Like we could line it up on the left side so it wasn't going at an angle. Then this one on the right side would be lined up but off center. So I'm either here nor there about that. We'll just send that one in at an angle and this one out at an angle. And that's not so bad. So the traffic inbound to the city, they land at the airport, they come out on this road and around they go that way and into the city. So they're kind of going to cross over. People coming out of the city are going to come in through that gap, up and around and in. So it might be better the other way round, north of the road. I think it would be better north of the road, yeah. With the way that traffic flows, it would put, although I think we can go in there. That's not the issue. The issue is that they're going clockwise around here, whereas it would be better the other way around, I think. We're also quite a distance away from this train station now. So I'd like to move it over into this side, so over here. And then we'll see about where that train station lines up at that point. Maybe? Yeah, we'll probably end up with the train station like in this gap in some fashion. That hex can still... yeah, we'll see. Let's remove it. Remove the train station for now. We don't need the metro station anymore. We don't need those bits. We're going to have these ones instead. Go and connect them up. That's an up, so they're going to go this way round. Yeah, I think that will generally be better for traffic flow. Kind of. Not even sure how much traffic an airport's going to really generate. Probably not much, so don't really need to worry about it. Let's try and line them up. So I thought if that one was centred, then this one would be one off centre. Let's give that a go. No, still not quite. Not quite snapping on like that. Let's remove one of them. Oh, and these trees are in the way. Nice if I had some... Could have looked for a mod that could just mass delete a whole bunch of stuff at once. We'll just keep shoving it up and out of the way for now, but We can ignore it once it's there, I guess. Good. So we snap that to that one. Looks like there's a bit of terraforming needed on the right hand side. The end of the runway's just on the uneven floor. Smooth that out a bit. Can we? No, need to push it out a little. Just smooth it with one little bit under the water there, so it doesn't look too bad. The issue is definitely the app. Put the stream on computer as well. App paused and acted like your signal was bad, but the computer was fine. Yeah. It's typical, isn't it? And as soon as, like, if Twitch update their app and fix whatever problem's causing that, they'll probably just introduce some new problem that they never quite work, do they? So that is in the right place. It wouldn't snap onto it at the same time. It's an 89.8 degree instead of a 90-degree corner, so it's just like mildly off, which is silly. Yeah, that's what it's always the case with them. Mobile apps especially. So that's a nicely placed airport that I'm very happy with. We now need to restore the rail line, which like it'd be lovely to have it like in the middle here. We could do a special little road for it or something, or even just, yeah, put it at an angle. The problem is getting the actual rail itself into that gap, which I don't think we'll be able to do. There's no underground train station. No, there's an elevated one which puts the rail above the road, so it could go there. That's pretty cool. But on that side of the road, so it's facing the airport, but that's very cool. We'll do that. Then run the rail in, yeah, above some of the hexes until we can get into clear space and bring it down to the floor level. Good. So I want to join them for pedestrians, because the majority of tourists coming in, if they arrive by plane, no, they're going to go straight underground onto the metro, aren't they? So this is for people arriving by train who want to go into the underground metro under the airport, which is still going to be like everyone who arrives by train. So I want to give them like a pedestrian, what's it called, a pavement route. But we could give it, we can give them a pedestrian road. As long as we don't build any buildings onto it, it doesn't need a supply point. We could do a nice tree-lined avenue. Join them together? No, apparently we can't. Won't snap to that middle one. Doesn't want to. Okay. It's not quite central as well, so that might not do so well. Yeah, because that angle's 87 degrees, not 90. That's not going to do well. Let's use the other one, the other option, actual pavement path. Go from in line with the ones that come out the train station. Join them to make a bit of a thing. Then yeah, from where those pedestrian crossings are, I guess, is where they might go into the building, would be my guess. So try and get that road out, joining here as well. join all that up into a bit of a whatever. People will be able to walk over as long as they've joined, which they have, to the actual like pavement on the road. So that'll be good. We should hopefully see lots and lots of tourists walking on those pavements between the different transport hubs. The harbour's a bit far. We might need a bus that just goes into where the metro station is. Because that's, I mean, it's walkable, but it's quite a long way. Can shorten it by running a pavement in a straight line through the hexagons, which we probably should. Cars to stay on the roads, but you know, in the hexagon shape, but walking people don't need to take a pavement around as far as I'm concerned. This is the odd shaped one, isn't it? So where are they coming out of the building? On this end, I think. Let's go there. Yeah, it's the funny shaped one, so we can't really get a straight line. Let's try coming from this side. How's that? That's joined. It's good. Can we... Can't fill that gap in, but that'll do. Continue that along. Should be okay. I would hope they will walk that distance. If they're not, and we see this harbour spawning lots of vehicles, then we'll come and set a bus route up just to take them from there to the metro. Okay, the rail line and the actual highway connection are the two things missing, as well as a power supply. We need to do the highway first, work out how we're going to do that, and then fit the rail line around it. There's not much to it. Guess we want to reduce the traffic on the floor as long as possible, so a general idea to bring it off in a T-junction, run them above these, and then bring them down like one hexagon before the buildings, and then all the underneath stuff will just be for the garbage trucks and emergency vehicles and stuff. At this distance they probably need their own police station over here, but that's fine. Yeah, I think we'll do that. So ultimately the highway's going to be, it's 10 units away from each other. Bottom is heading east, so is that's 12 units. We're going to have that running like that. And the other side coming back there. It doesn't need to like necessarily turn around or anything, just get over to this side. It needs to come down onto that road. Maybe not literally like that, but that's not terrible. Turning 3 lanes into 1 isn't ideal, considering it's 3 lanes down here as well. Do we just run the highway like so? Probably, and then have it be a priority over the road on the ground. Just want to make that particular join more of a smooth angle somehow, and mirror it, but that's fine. Then be coming in along here. We need to work out a T-junction to fit them together at the top here. Somehow. Okay. Let's work out how we do this end first. So bring that all the way back quite some distance. Stop it on that end there. I guess we want to use the freeform to somehow or two freeform sections, isn't it? Go on that point halfway through that road. It's too far maybe. So this one bends slightly to the right. Then we do one coming from this end that bends slightly to the left. And it makes an even uglier junction. There is some way of lining them up so that it doesn't, I'm sure. Not used the freeform tool much, so not an expert with it. To be like half that distance, I think. So we should be at like 25 units. Then it should come halfway between the two. So if that's that is there. That's 7 units, 6 units. It's about 3, so 25 forward, and about 1, 2, 3 up. There-ish. It's not exactly gone right. No. That's not right. Definitely not. I think the distance is just too thin between them to make a nice smooth angle with it. So what else could we do? Probably can't do 2 corners. We don't really want the road to slow down that much. We could have the T-junction split them out at that distance. I mean, it would make this highway irregular to the other one. They'd be wider apart, but it's not. Wouldn't be terrible. As long as it can span... no. Can't run it above the road. The distance is too long. It wants to put a support in the middle. Need to be 12 units at most, and it's going to be 16 at least. So that's not going to work. I could come along the outside and then have one a junction of a similar shape to what we've got before by coming in at that angle instead of from the inside. It might be better. If it came out of there, yeah, 120 degrees, wouldn't it? I would rather it was spaced like the rest of the highway for consistency, so I don't particularly like that idea. About a series of corners. We came 12 units from that corner. It's 21, 12 units away from that, so 9 forward. 12 unit corner. Then a 12 unit corner around the other way, and another one. Comes down at the ground probably. And then join 110 degrees. It's pretty close. It's at least a smooth up until this point, but that's kind of okay. It would be pretty great if this half of this 90-degree corner lined up with it. I wonder if we can shrink these corners and just get lucky with that. What is... they're only like, yeah, 4 units away, 3 or 4 units. So we reduce both corners to 10-unit corners. Maybe. And also maybe not, but we'll give it a go. So that needs to come forward 11. And a 10-unit corner. A 10-unit corner. 10-unit corner in and delete half of it. Doesn't look like we're in a different place. Looks like we're in exactly the same place. Oh, but no, we're not. It's not bad. It's it looks like it's putting a bit of a curve into it. You can see there's a bit of a... Can't if I change the angle though, so it can't be that bad. That's pretty good. The way that that joins, very smooth. Then that curve, very smooth. Okay, I'm happy with that. Got there in the end. I don't think we could build that in reverse, so we'll have to mirror it and then flick the directions around. That one wants to line up with there. Then we're doing a 10-unit corner. Another one. Then we put the other one in. Delete half of it. Join them up. Not bad at all. Just turn that one around. You can come in and come out on this hexagon, which lets them drive into the metro station. Going up that way and in that road. Yep, good. And then they come out by going all the way around and wiggling about a bit. That's fine. So tourists who are driving in from the north should come off here, park at the airport and take the metro into town. I bet some of them won't. We must calculate whether it's a faster journey or a better journey in some way. Not sure how, but in some way they must. I wonder if we built everything just a bit too far out. Don't know, we'll find out, won't we? If the city's still full of tourists, then we've obviously done something wrong. Okay, so we've just got the last junction at this end to sort out, the T-junction. Should be relatively easy. We can do something unorthodox, and so what we typically have, the right-hand road just turns a corner to join the road heading right, and then traffic coming off of that road, just a little corner down here, and then the others would go either under or over to the far side before joining. Because of where the hexagons are, it might be easy to do that in the middle. So they'll join the southbound road on the right hand side of the screen from the middle of the highway, instead of the outside like you traditionally would. See how things line up, I guess. We've done a whole bunch of these before. I think we start about 18 units away. Be 2 units forward from where we are. Very awkward. That distance is 31 units. If we want to be 18 units away, we want to go 13 units forward, which we can't. So 3 units, then 10 units, and we're 18 away. Okay. Change down to highway ramp, or DLC gave us 2-lane, yeah, 2-way, no. I want a 2-lane highway ramp. This is a 2-way highway and a 2-lane highway. So no, there is only a single lane ramp. That's fine, we'll use that. See if it's a problem or not. Need to measure from here. We know it finishes 4 units away, right? I think that'll be there. Can't get a good angle on it. No. There, I think. And the corner is 8 units because that's the smallest you can make it while maintaining maximum speed. So we're there, and I come 8 units back. This is where the corner is going. It can't, it collides with the hexagon underneath. That's annoying. What if we change it and just make a bigger one? We've not done this kind of junction anywhere else on this map, so in order to match, it doesn't need to be special. If we have to do another one, we'll match it to this. That's not snapping at the right distance. This is all a bit awkward. Can't work out the distance that it needs to be, so we want to finish 4 away from there. That's where we want to end up. Yeah, I don't want to take the hexagon away and we can deal with it later, but it'd be nice to know where it is. That distance is 14, yeah, 4 away from the 18, okay. So to do 8 unit didn't fit, so if you want to do a 10 unit corner I need to go forward 4. This is making sense now. 10 unit cornering. There we go, perfect. Still doesn't line up right. Why is that? There's no reason that that shouldn't come out lining up. Snapping to some odd things there. Let's disable road guideline snap and see. That's better. Yeah, we just snapped to a weird road guideline. Then we get the perfect 180, 180, so that's good. So it's going... So we don't actually need to come forward that. It's going to be different to how we've done it on the previous city, I guess, is all what's confusing my brain a bit, I guess. We'll move that all the way to where the corner starts. The corner's going to be a single lane that goes around, which isn't ideal, but can't join 3 lanes directly to 3 lanes. Really, I don't want to. I want the highway junctions to be like the highway junctions we've done elsewhere. So I'm just going to cut that back to the corner as well, and then join it like we have with the others, which is like that. First cough sweet of the night. I do think that's better than previous days, so it feels like it's improving. Okay, so let's bring this side up so it's in line. It's not giving us the snap point for that. Can we do it backwards? Can do. That's good, yeah. Hard to tell really because I am still coughing every day, but it does feel like it's less and less, which is nice. It's been a long time now, for sure. 12, so 2 units forward there. Should fit. Turn off road guideline snap. That is in the way, okay. Was it COVID? Well, no. I used my last tests at the start of it and they were all negative. So, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't COVID. It may have become COVID halfway through without me realising. But I don't believe so. Tested negative at the start, and then this is just the same cough I've had the whole way through. It hasn't like changed in any way. That's where the corner's going to be. I can take out this and connect. That will be in the right place. And we just need to join this to here, which we've been doing like that. There we go. Those are the easy ones, the inside ones. Sure, the easiest way to do the outside ones would be to come to the ground, go outside that hex and up the other side. So you'd probably come off up here and then run around. Maybe. Or we go up and over, even higher. We're already off the ground, but we could go higher. Can't go on the ground because that one is going to this side. Not the same side as that, so we could use the hex. You could come off and join this bit. And then I don't really like that idea. You have to kind of force yourself from stop coughing after you had COVID. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes you don't actually have a cough anymore, but you're still coughing because you're just like in the habit of coughing all the time. This is this is probably not that because don't want to be too gross, but I can feel that there are things causing me to cough that are physically in my throat, and that's not imaginary. So yeah, I know sometimes it is like that. It's like you can even feel things in your throat and that cause you to cough, but they're not actually there. But yeah, I do know that's not the case at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. It's, it is hard to tell, isn't it? A lot of the time, so never really know. And I don't really want to go through the hassle of getting a chest X-ray just to be told, well, it is what it is. You've just got to wait until you feel better, which is what you usually get told for anything. What's the word? Anything chronic or acute? Anything acute, I think. If they see chronic's like the long-term stuff. So if they see that, they might give you medication or something else. But an irregular cough is like always just been told, carry on doing what I am doing. Yeah. So tired afterwards. Yeah, I think that might be affecting me. Feeling very tired in the mornings. I think what we do here is 10 units, no, 11 units back from here we're going to pull off. Shoot, can't do because there's a road there, okay. Then, as far back as it will let us, we will pull off. So we need to come 4 units out of these junctions. And then as far back as it will let us join those roads on. There we go. That one's the other way around though. And I think we have to go up and over. I think the hexagons are just going to get in the way if we try and do anything other than that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is COVID or bronchitis or RSV or whatever the common ones are. Yeah, it does the same thing to you. We want to go up. I think we're too far forward, aren't we? No, if we really go up. I would usually go up to 24. We're 12 up at the moment. 24 up we need to do before the curve, which is too short, so we'd need to move that back, which would need to be the other side of that road that runs underneath in order to get the support in. Can do. Or we can go up to 36 meters just before the highway, which is overkill, so let's not do that. Let's try pulling this back. So we're going to be going like 6 units, 5 or 6 units backwards, then we want to come 4 units out of here, 6 units backwards, and try to join onto the road. That's how we have been doing it, and that is fine for the road underneath. That lets us make that road straight forward. Take 10 units to go up to 24 meters. Probably could do it a little further. Could have done it 2 more units forward, which I like the idea of if we can get that 2 units forward as well. So let's try. That would mean coming out 4 units and back 4 units. Then joining there, which it just lets us do. Perfect. Support's just before that road. We should have space to bring this up 10 units forward, 12 meters up. Is great. And then this one is going to then be heading southbound. But the supports are going to be awkward. What if we... So if we want to do what I suggested and join it in the middle of the carriageway, would be 14 units. No? That's 18, 4 away from that. 14 units. 14 unit corner, tries to put the support in the middle of the road, which we can't do. So it may not be easier to do it in the middle. Yeah, long COVID early on, yeah. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? All those symptoms from it, yeah. Different diagnosis, helpful. Helpful, yeah. Yeah, I think that happened to quite a lot of people. Zara really, really careful. Well, even people who weren't being that careful but were trying managed to avoid it for 2.5 years, and then just, you know, ultimately, I think it's very rare to have not had it at all at this point. So if we want to move this to the other side, the only place we can put another support in is 6 units forward. There's no other choice. So hopefully that's good enough for us. That road's now 12 away, so we'd be doing a 16 unit corner. Which, yeah, we can't do. It wants to put a support too close to this road at the end. other support in the middle looks like it. Yeah, is going to collide as well. Okay, we're going to need a different plan. We can do a much tighter corner maybe. What is that? That's now 12. So if we did an 8-unit corner, then it's 10 units we come down to be level, then we join. Like that, I suppose. Yeah. Long COVID is affecting everyone differently, isn't it? Those shared things, like you say, the symptoms you had as well, is like the common things everyone's suffering from at the moment. It seems everyone's sick with something or else. Now, if you don't have long COVID, you've caught whatever this seasonal virus or whatever it is. The different virus you had here. Still scary though. So I'm happy with that as a join. I don't mind them joining on the other side of the road. I know it's weird, but here where I live, we've got plenty of junctions where you have to join in the fast lane, which, like I say, real cities are a mess. No, you're fine, no, Zara, I don't think. Nothing too downer about people being sick. How do we do the other side? We need to... Probably can't do it in the middle without going up and over this one. Can't go under because of the hex, so we need to come off. It should actually be kind of neat if we can come off the far side, go up and then come down this edge. Let's try and do bits of it backwards to get up and over. You're always thinking resting an extra day. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Or especially if it's heavy work or exercise, but even if it isn't, it's too easy to feel like you're ready when you're actually not and you just haven't realised. This one won't do it, won't go up over that road. That's interesting. Why one side would and the other side wouldn't, I don't know. Something's just slightly in a different place, I guess. Which makes it very awkward. So if I take the corner out, that's the bit that's red. See if it'll let us do it. Oh, I know why. It's because it's actually further back. I didn't move that yet, did I? Let's put that corner back in. Yeah, that. Yeah, if they want that specific advice to rest, they can come to you. I think most people don't want to hear it, do they? They're so eager to get back to work for whatever reason. Yeah, walking. Yeah. There's a lot of people, isn't it? Who've got that those aches and pains and general. No people who were generally. I guess I knew a few people COVID-wise. They were not well, and then when they started getting long COVID symptoms, they became very unwell. Had to stop work and stuff like that for long periods of time. That's 4 over 4 back. That's where we started that one, I think, if my memory serves. We'll bring this back to join, and then from here we go up. Well, it's giving me 89 degrees instead of 90 degrees, which annoys me, but maybe it'll be okay. 6 units forward to put the support in, which it's now letting us do, which is great. Then this was a 8-unit corner. So to get to the other side, we would do a 16-unit corner, which it won't let us do because it collides with everything. So if we go forward, we want to go forward 8 units and then turn, which we can't do because that road's there. If we go forward 6 and do a 10-unit corner, it's not going to be particularly even, but it's okay. That puts a support in the middle of the road, so we can't do that. Yeah, I hope with time, eventually, you know, if everyone catches COVID on the regular, I guess it won't hit so hard every time. But it is adapting, obviously, you know. Crazy, really, how long it's hung around. We do 4 instead of 6, it'll be a 12-unit corner, which is going to put the support in the same place, because that's not the problem. That's, yeah, I can see. Yeah, we could mod it and remove the pillar, yeah. But then our roads will look unrealistic, and we won't. A perfectly realistic hexagon city will have an unrealistic floating road in it. Yeah, it would be easier if. I mean, we can do less than an 8-unit corner. So if we went forward 6 more, it would be a 6-unit corner. Which clicked wrong, but which will work. 6 and 6, there we go. And then come down, but it can't come down over 10 because there's a road there. I'll have to come down over 8 and then join. This makes the whole thing very uneven, but functional. If we turn everything to face the right way, which that one just won't do it for some reason. Oh, I didn't do anything with the mod, did I? But it wants to put a pillar there and hasn't. Interesting. This one's also driving me a little crazy. I guess we are doing something quite irregular over here. It's not crazy that all the junctions are weird. I don't particularly like that, so I'm going to remove it. Best thing to do would be to come off and hit the ground and come under everything. So we could tunnel in order to get away from the hex, or we could send the hex into a tunnel. I like that idea. Let's remove this hex, and we will redo it in a tunnel somehow. We've got some over here in tunnels, so it's not crazy. Let's pull that back to there, and then we'll work out how to tunnel the hex under, because that's just for service vehicles. It's not actually for general traffic, which it's a lot of road just for that still. If the incinerators are going to be on this corner here, so the idea of them coming all the way over here to get on the highway and come down is unnecessary if we can just give them their own dedicated road. But if we strip that out and put it underground, we can do the proper junction mirroring this one. Still don't think we can build on the west edge of that road. Well, I don't want to put all of these hexes underground because there will be stuff built on them, so... Following that same pattern we did this side, we come out, or along, 4 units, 4 units down, that's the connection point. That's going to go there and be even with that. This is then going to go down to the floor over the next 10. Forward 6. Okay, there's a support in the way. Let's take that corner out. No, that's the wrong way round, isn't it? We need the corner in. I want to grab that post and move it. And remember to come back and put it back when we're done. 6 units forward. 8 unit corner? Yeah. 10 units forward rising up, which we can't do because of that post. Okay. Of course. Well, let's try... I don't know. And the obvious answer to get around that post is to tunnel this road, not the hexagon. And then come out the other side of the hexagon with, and then rejoin. That might be better. Yeah, I think that has to be the answer, really. So instead of... yeah, otherwise we need to come forward. Oh, we could... No. We can't move that post. We can remove it, but we can't move it anywhere sensible. So, yeah, I'm going to tunnel this. Instead of coming down to the floor over 10, we want to use 16 to go down twice to there. Then do our 8 unit corner. Then why not 16 to come back up? No. Because that puts the tunnel under that support. Interesting. We need to come forward a distance before we can. Can it be as simple as 2 units? Yes, okay. Then 14 units back to 12 meter height and join. Yeah, obviously just turn all this round so they drive in the correct direction. Which we can't do here for some reason. Why can't I turn that road around? I've moved the support out of the way. But can I move it and then rebuild it the other way round? No, won't let me do that either. Anyway. Hero boy, hello, welcome in. Breaking the laws of physics. Something that like that. You think? No. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, we might be. We might be. So I can't build that road in the right direction unless I remove the corner. If I remove the corner, it lets me build it, but then I can't put the corner back because that's in the way. So to put the corner back, I need to remove that road. We might be stuck here. Problem is that support. If we move that support out of the way temporarily, we can build it. Okay. Okay. Tip down further in. Yeah, we would have needed to, I guess, more sharp angle into the ground later, but that's fine. Just fiddling around with it for whatever reason has allowed it. Just want to move this back to an appropriate spot, just outside of the tunnel in the middle of the road. There would be okay. It's fine. As long as that's actually where we want it, we won't need to move it. It'll be okay again. And it's all driving the right direction. Yeah, good. So the only thing now is that this is not symmetrical to this. So we would like to change that. We went forward 16, did a corner, then we went forward 2 units before coming down over, forgotten, from there to there. 14, so if there to there is 16, then we can do... Oh, that's not straight. Damn. If that's 16, then we want to come forward 16 before we go in this side as well. So that's 16 forward from there. 4 units out. That's where we're trying to join to. So if we just put a random bit of road there. That top one wants to come down to there over that distance, which is nice. It's nice and smooth. Take the temporary bit of road away, rejoin the highway, and they're now symmetrical. That distance to the middle is the same as that distance to the middle, which is good. That's all the junctions in and good. Just need to sort out the hexagon that we took away. Looks like it might not fit how I want, but let's give it a go. We want to send this one underground. No, it doesn't want to do that, does it? It's too close to go underground there. So we would need to send this road underground, which means what does that mean? Hero Boy, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thank you. This corner's the one that's got, or going to have, incinerators and a prison on. So if we go underground there, it's not going to have a prison on, which it can't anyway because that road's in the way. So that's fine. And the incinerators won't go on that road. It'll maybe just have to get moved around to somewhere else. Maybe we'll survive with fewer incinerators. If that one's going under, this one's going to need to go under 2, and this one has got... Well, that one's got nothing on it. It's only if that needs to go under, because that's going to have a solar farm on. So if we can keep that above ground by putting that and that underground, we'll be okay. Easiest way to measure that will be, it's 28 units across, so we go down like that. Try and join that to there, and that one to there. Not quite. Remove them. Juggle it around a bit. No, it doesn't want to know. Ah, there we go. Perfect. You think I'm talking like ASMR? It's interesting. I'm not doing it on purpose, I promise. I'm just kind of mumbling to myself about whatever's coming into my brain at the moment, so if you're enjoying it, it's good. Let's try and do the same on this side. Join that to there. Get that one out of the way. Join that one to there. We just, because of the way we built that, we got some of the loop going the wrong way, so that should be coming down like that. That's all fine, but we need to join them. It needs to come 14 units to the right, but we need to get the right angle, which isn't going to snap good. Can we bring that under? Yeah. And then there can be a measuring there. And then we need to know where we're coming back up, which I think we can do pretty much straight away. The 14 probably can't come up. This is the problem one. Yeah, because the 7, the halfway is where the actual thing goes. That's still under that road, so the 14 needs to be underground to there. Then that needs to come up as it which it can't because of all those supports, so that needs to stay underground. Okay, that's fine then. That means the medium road that cuts across there is going to go down, so 14 units across, one step down. And the rest of this hex is going to be underground. So join that at 60 degrees and that one won't. Okay. Because that tunnel is now there. Because I forgot we'd put that in a tunnel. Okay. So that needs to be above ground. I'm going to go crazy now. The hex that we're rebuilding needs to be underground where this is on the ground, and on the ground where this is underground. So this bit should be on the ground, not underground. Okay. Which means we come 14 units over. We can't because that tunnel entrance is in the way. That's where we want to be. Yeah. So it can't be on the ground because the tunnel entrance is there, and it can't be underground because the tunnel is there. So that whole thing needs to move in order for this hex to be here. Okay, we've come a long way, and I believe the answer is we have to tear this whole thing off and move it so it's not above the hexagons. It'll have to be below them, and this end will need to be done differently. Because this junction's just not gonna work having the hexagon and the flyover stuff. So let's tear this underground bit up. Take away all of the T-junction we've put in there. And yeah, start again. Strip this all the way back. And remove the highway heading east. We'll redo that a bit differently in a second. Now let's rebuild the hexagons first. They're like that. This one, come over. Looks like a lot of work we deleted over a short. Yeah, I'm sure. That's why we're playing in sandbox mode, is so that I can just delete stuff like that and not worry about it. Got unlimited money and unlimited time, so we can just do it differently this time. And, you know, learn a lesson. So next time we need to do it, we'll save some time. And I've not got something to snap to there, so I'm just going to bring that over. Bring that over while we're doing it. So it needs to come 14 over. Join at 60. There we go. Move that and those. That road in the middle will upgrade to the proper one. They should go counterclockwise, which they do. So that's rebuilt. Now we need to find a different way of bringing the highway over here. There is like a very easy way, which is to bring it off onto that point, put it back on from, well, they can use that junction, and then put it on like from that point, just shoot it on, but that won't be very neat. I won't like that. I don't want to bring it north of these hexagons because then we're probably going to clash with the airport, so I think really I want to bring it below them to join here, like off and on and what have you. And if we end it early, this ends, like we can do whatever there, we can do some loops and whatever. Lining it up this end is going to be difficult, I guess, as we've just seen. We can't use the left-hand edge because it's too close to those roads, so we will need to use the middle. Junction might start up here in order to get it lined up, I guess. I would prefer to avoid that, so we want to be coming or joining this carriageway, like if it's going to use a support just before that road, it's like there, coming off there. It's not snapping properly, but there we go. That would be like 11 forward, 4 out. There. Ish. Which is then going to do either come up or go down. Oh, they're going to crisscross, aren't they? So hard to tell. This one might be different to the one opposite. I think they're roughly the same spot. So let's say that one's similar spot. If we come again, it's not really snapping. There we go. 4 units down. Join. 10 unit corner. That's what we did last time. Then that's going to join, so 4 units left of there is where the westbound highway is going to be. But I've not got... I never get the snapping points that I want. There is where it's going to be. No, that's wrong. That's wrong because that one doesn't need to join, it's the other one that needs to join, so that's actually going to be... impossible to do. The corners, when you get the end point and you don't have any other measurement, they always come off at like 89 degrees, 88 degrees, so you end up with a road that isn't on the straight. Can we come down from here, can't we? There's a cross we can work to. So as long as we're getting 90 degrees on the right hand angle, we know we've got the right straight line. So they're going to be like that. Gives us one thing to work from. The other carriageway is... That's not snapping. 10 units this way. That. We can recreate that same angle. It's just a 10 unit corner. Should be 4 units away, which it is, and then we join there. So it's those two parts of the picture. Yeah, then we need to work out what we're doing here. We can use both the ground and above now because we've got nothing in the way. So oh, something's not right there. That's better. We had to come back a bit, didn't we? That was necessary. I think it was like 4 units back we did. So that'd be that point. That's where we join. Like that. And this one can go up, I guess. It's not 90 degrees. Which is interesting. It should be. Normally when you've got that crossroad in it creates a 90 degree angle, but this is 88.6, which is not right. What if we carry that on at 90 degrees? Still got an 89. I get a 90 if I pull off there, so take that away. I've got no snap point at all. Put a straight bit of road there. I still get an 89 degree angle. Okay. There, 90 degree angle. Got one. I can go up. Just go 6 units forward to stamp a support in. Then was it an 8 unit corner? I think so. See, that's not parallel to the main road, so it's not behaving how I want it to. Let's not worry too much about that. We want it to come back down. I mean, we shouldn't have the complexity we had the other side, so we should be able to just come back down over 10 units like I like to do. So I put a measuring in. Get that in line with that, which it won't. That's close. 10 units forward. That's something we can target. Bring that onto it. No, it won't. It just won't do it. That's fine. Let's worry about that too much. If it's not going to play nicely, we'll just move along. Come back down and join. That's fine. Good, and that's inside the other one, so we know we won't interfere with the road on the right hand side for this one either. Just need to remove those markers and connect this end. And turn everything to face the right direction, so that's fine. Just need to mirror that, which is going to be frustrating, isn't it? Out, 4 back, connect. Let's take that to measure with. Then take the highway ramp. It needs to come down to the floor over 10 units. It's not giving us angle. There we go. To there. 6 units forward it won't do. Okay. We had that last time. Let's move that post out of the way. 6 units forward. see that post is going to be a problem, so I'm just going to rebuild this section of highway to try and get the posts in a different spot. That's better. Move them right out of the way. 8 unit corner. Which this time we... no, we do, of course. Same problem as last time. We're going to hit that support. Of course we are. Doesn't matter if we swap them around, we'll still hit a support. So... interesting. Because I remember doing junctions like this on the last city we made and not having that problem. I can't remember why. Or why not. Oh, it'll be because we were doing it the other side of the road. Somehow. We made wider corners. So the supports were in different spots. Is it? I don't think it's an option. It's not an option if we're on the ground. Obviously something needs to go under the ground to avoid those roads. So it's kind of pointless. If we're doing that, we might as well send this lot underground. Which, again, we're going to need to send this lot underground. Same as we did. So that needs to go 16 units forward and down twice. Like that. Then do an 8 unit corner. Then come back up. No. 2 units forward, then come back up over 14, I think it was. 2 units forward, then come back up twice over 14. Like that. Before rejoining, which we can do before that road, so it's not an issue. Gonna have that funny thing where it won't let us turn the road around, of course. So what did we do last time? I wonder if we can just move. No, we want to refresh it and then no. Okay. Can't remove the corner. Well, remove the corner and remove that road. Put the corner back in. Move the post out of the way. Then we put the other road back in and it just let us do it. So, yeah, fine. Not entirely sure why it had a problem before. If it doesn't after we just rebuild it the same, but that's fine. It's going to move that post into a natural position. There's good. Move these markers. Connect them together. So that's all good, that lining up. That's all fine then. And the only difference being we don't have an issue with rebuilding the hexagon. We could yeah, make this even, which I think we should. So instead of going straight down, it's now 16 units down. Then join, which is now 5 units away instead of 4. That's wrong. Try and make it behave, but I'm not sure it will. Let's try. That we want to join that road, but be 4 units away. We want to get there, like it is, 90-degree angle. So that should be fine. No, that still says 5 units. It's 4 units there. I think I could spend hours trying to get it to do what I want, and it's just not going to, so let's connect the roads and accept that they're this and this are not perfectly aligned. We'll just have to live with that. fine. It's now a symmetrical junction at least. Doesn't look like it is though. Looks like that's pushed out further than that one. Can we take that one further just to... No, it won't let us. Okay. Can we make this one shorter? Yes, but it makes that angle really funny because it's too short. So no, they're just going to have to look a little bit. Just a little bit, like it's not even. That's fine. Most of the time we're going to be looking this way around anyway and I won't notice, so that's fine. Let's continue these to the right. Now that doesn't look right either, but now I'm probably just looking for problems. 10 units away to do the other side. We still need to like paint the intersections on this one, and we'll probably want to do like we've done over here and extend some sections into 4 lanes. Be interesting how we do this corner, but I want to connect this end first, then we'll go back and make this one pretty. In fact, before we look at this junction, I think it would be sensible to take a little break. As I've just seen, I've been going 2 3/4 hours, and I usually have a break every 2 hours and completely just flown by. So before another 5 hours fly by without thinking, I always take 3 minutes, have a bit of a walk around to stretch my legs and refill the drink and everything like that, and then we'll come back with a fresh brain to look at how we're going to connect this highway into the where the airport is and everything like that. So just a couple minutes and I'll be right back. I'll see you then. Hello there. I'm back from my break. Legs are stretched. Sneaky Bean, hello. Nice to see you again. Sneaking in while I walked off. Hope you're well. Let us take a look at this junction again then. What are we going to do here? The simplest thing to do is just turn the corner and drive straight onto these points. Sure that's the best way, but we can have a look at it and see what it looks like if we were to do it. Just draw this out so we've got something to measure against. Looks like it's there. Yep, that's right. So if we let's aim for a 12 unit corner. Take that measurement out, way now. Oops. There we go. Obviously got to come down to the ground, and then that's what I was thinking. Then same kind of thing here, but it's going to be closer, so it's going to be 10 units closer because there's a 10 unit gap there, I guess. So instead of 10 down and 10 to join, we'll want to immediately go up 10. For whatever reason, this side isn't snapping to 90 degrees, even though... I reckon we flip that round. No, still not snapping. If we... use this type of road, that's snapping. Okay, so if we send that up, then convert it into highway, there we go. 12 unit corner. Should plug straight into there. No. Yes. Doesn't look straight, but it says 180 degrees. It looks very much not straight, but then that could easily just be my eyes, of course. So that's like a very simple idea of it, but could be fine. I wouldn't expect any traffic to be using this cut between, like they're coming here because they want to get on the highway. Except garbage trucks heading for the harbour would probably go across there. All I would be inclined to do is allow that outside lane to come up here, as well as go around that corner. I wouldn't expect to have a traffic merging problem turning 6 lanes into 3 here because of how little usage that inside bit's going to have. So this, I imagine, actually being 3 to 3 with the occasional garbage truck, which will be fine. Do we need to paint anything in here? Not really. Most of the intersections on the ground or local roads, I can't see any point in using the marking tool on. But the highway stuff we do want to. That is definitely not straight. What's gone wrong there? It's not right. That's not just my eyes. Yeah, it's 11 units. It should be 10. In that case, strip a bunch of that back. Something's not right there. So what's distance from there to there? Can't quite get it. There, 32. So yeah, 12 unit corner, 10 and 10. So if this gap is 10, then I'm definitely missing something. 10 and then That is 10. Then a 12 unit corner, it should line up if this is 10 away, yeah. Let's try approaching from this side and see if I can work it out. Put that back. And when we're lined up with there, I want to stop 12 units short. It's not giving me the guideline. That's why it's not giving me the guideline. So it's 22. So if I come 10 units, do a 12 unit corner. It didn't quite snap in right, so one of those measurements is just not right. That's fine. There's a 12 unit corner, which will line that bit up, and then it's just about how this connects to here, which says 12 units, but I think, or I guess it's, oh no, yeah, 12 it says, when I was expecting that to say 10 or 11 actually. 11 if there was a problem, 10 if it was okay, so 12 means it's definitely not okay. But that's fine, we'll just go up over 12. And then that's more parallel, which is the important bit. Really. We could use 10 unit corners to get their apexes to line up. But no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't because that's a 14 unit gap. So that's fine. That's not a problem. We could, in theory, adjust the outside corner somehow. Make it an uneven one so that it's 10 here and 14 there and the apex still lines up, but I'm not that good at maths or civil engineering to work out how to do that, so we won't. We'll need to redo this because I removed a bit of road, so that's fine. This end's all good. We've just got the train connection still needs to be made. That's to be aware of. Also going to be a little awkward. May move that station to make the connection easier. We'll look at that in a second. I would like to make this edge pretty, so I'm going to unpause to get the lights to switch on. There we go. And then so we want to do what we've done elsewhere. We want 20 units of 4-lane highway leading into every junction. That would be past the corner, which we don't want to. Don't know, we could do part. I mean, we'll do definitely up to the corner. We could do the first section of the corner. That might make it very awkward to do the node alignment. But let's not. There we go. So yeah, we'll just have that bit. Then the bit afterwards. To about there. Actually, it's easier if we cut it all off and rebuild it, I think. 20 units and then 3. Same on this side leading up to that junction. 20 units that way. Make sure it's pointing the right direction. And then afterwards, what we would do to mirror it is make 4 lanes up until the corner. And then we immediately have 4 lanes after the corner. And I think we leave it like that. We don't turn the corner into 4 lanes. And the reason is this 4th lane is going to be on our right now, because that's where they're joining, and they're leaving on essentially the left. So even if it was 4 lane to 4 lane, they wouldn't be aligned. This corner would have to shift the nodes so that these apexes aren't lined up, which would make it look a bit weird, I think. So I think it's better to turn it back into 3 just for the corner. Unless we later discover some traffic problem that can be resolved by turning it into 4 lanes there. Which I doubt we will have, but we shall see. That being the case, let's get node controllering. To line that edge with that edge all the way along here. Good, and then we want this edge with there. It's good, and then the other side. That one with there. It's that one, and this is the last stretch, so this is different to normal. It's that side we want to shift in. And that one wrong. That side into there. There we go. Looks a bit wrong. Hasn't behaved like it has on other ones. That's going to be interesting. Let's do the easy bits first with the intersection marking. So this one is solid lines on the outside. Dashed lines join all them. I actually do want to see the other ones. It didn't let us change the arrows. It's not letting us do it here either. Can we node connecting? Doesn't change the arrow to what I want it. The mods see that as a straight, even though I would call it a left. So that's fine. It's the same as the other ones because they wouldn't do what I wanted either. So that's fine. That one's good. Do the same this side. Solid on the outside. Dashed in the middle. Then on the... can we... Where is it? Copy that. And it should... no, but it doesn't paste here because we're doing junctions on a weird side. It does. Paste just fine there. Good. By flipping it, but yeah. So can this one, not that one, next one. Copy that and paste it into this one with a invert. Yep, good. Yeah, happy with that. That's all good. So these ones, the ones where they're coming off are standard. So I can copy that one there and turn it. Yeah, good. And the rejoining on that side of the road should behave the same if I paste it and turn it. Didn't want to invert it, did I? Wrong button. Reset. Turn it. There we go. That one's looking good. This side I think we need to do fresh because they're different. I mean, we can try, can't we? Why don't we try copying that, pasting it and inverting it, and rotating it. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much it. They're not, the lines aren't quite lined up, which speaks to the road or the junction being out of alignment rather than the filler or anything. There's no angle on that. We might want to... hey, okay, any expansions now? Yeah, I've got After Dark, Plazas and Promenades, and another one that I've forgotten. Is that it? I thought I bought 4. I can only remember 2 now. What else did I buy? Oh, I bought mass transit. So they were all kind of related to transportation and traffic in some way. Yeah, only a few of them. I didn't buy a lot of them. Only a few of them. So do we want to, like, I think we want to do something like moving that out to there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Angle of that one might have moved a little, but no, that's good. That's all good. So that's pasted in. So therefore, I can copy this one in that, paste it here, rotate it, invert it, rotate it. Yeah, there we go. Do we want to therefore... Yeah, I want to align that point to that point. Yeah, brilliant. That looks much better. Good. That's, yeah, all 8 junction points painted and aligned. The T-junction all good. We need to forbid traffic on this section of road. No cars, no taxis, no lorries. It's a shame I can't, like, copy paste that somehow. Is there a... No. Never mind, we'll just click through each one. Go. Only a whole bunch of hexagons to do this too. Not bothering me now. Was there another one I bought? I bought the Plaza one later because I was playing around with the idea for the hexagons before I started the stream for it and decided the plazas would be really helpful or interesting at least. Initially, I guess I just bought the 2, mass transit and the after dark one. Way. Cool. Right. There. Okay, so that's all of these should be forbidden still, and this hexagon's a bit different, so let's, this stretch of road should be this one. Let's have a look. So people should be taking the highway. Therefore, they don't need to come onto this bit of road. And they don't need that. They do need that bit. Oh, that's interesting, actually. We might change this. So, I've done something wrong. If they come off the highway on the right-hand side, we want them to go into the right-hand side here of the airport, because they can just go straight up there. Then when they come out this side, they want to go straight down. So that should be facing the other way, which is fine. That means all they ever need to do here is go up or go down, or they can come further over here, which is all done through this road basically. Like this bit up here is probably unnecessary, but it can stay to maintain the pattern. And this bit up here is probably unnecessary, except it can keep the pattern, and garbage trucks can use it to get to the airport bit slightly quicker. No, they can't actually, because they'd have to come straight back down and then go up and round. So that is an irrelevant bit of road. So is that. Why don't we... I mean, we can flip them round so that they point the other way. Then vehicles coming out of the harbour could go straight up that way instead of coming down here and up. But then that's not consistent with the hexagonal traffic flow of the city, so I think we just leave them. They're there to maintain the pattern. I don't expect people to use them, but there we go. Good. So that being the case, that little stretch should be forbidden as well, because every road leading into it is, and we don't need traffic. So yeah, this might as well be, for the sake of consistency. Fine. So we've got the rail lines to connect, and I can see this guy complaining about crime, so they do need their own police station over here, which I guess therefore we will also need over here, even though they're not complaining about it. I mean, a police officer can drive over here, whereas this distance they probably can't make, I guess. Let's do the rail lines first. Let's do the actual train line. So that's currently here, and it needs to join with this connection point in the north. I don't know about connecting the western point to the northern point. I don't see any particular need to do that. Everyone coming in from this side can just stop here, and everyone from this side can stop here, and if you're trying to get through from one to the other, I guess you stop here, take the metro across, and then off you go, as far as I'm concerned. So it's just this one connection from here to the north that we need to make. If we just run the line from there, we're not going to get it in between by going under. Can't go up and over and in, probably. But if it was above the hexagons, we could just drop it to the floor and send it under. Along. In order to naturally get it above, we would just move this to be here instead, I guess, or even on the edge of this one perhaps, if we can turn that corner, which I'm not sure we can, but if we can, that would then run in quite a nice spot, and be very close for walking distance, I guess. Might have to tidy up how we've done that walking distance, or probably remove those pavements and make them walk the road route. That copy paste was not fixed properly. Very surprised that my eyes caught that, but there we go. Neither was that one. That one was good. Okay. Probably leave all of that pavement anyway, just to encourage the harbour people if it does. Let's take that bit out. Could take those bits out. Yeah. No, I think I prefer having them in. I think it looks nicer. It's there, isn't it? They're like that. This, we decide between putting it right on the edge of there or putting it on there. On there is simpler, I guess. That's like a bit, because it's off center in the hex. You move it to be centered in the hex, then you're not going to get the rail line where I want it. So I'd rather in the center of that hex. And then there's no real need for any pavement because they'll just walk up this one, go straight into the airport, and is short enough, I think. I'm pretty sure that's short enough for them to all walk without any issue. But again, we could probably set up quite an easy bus route that stops between all three of these points to see if people use it, to encourage people not to drive it if they were going to. That makes this rail connection very easy. So if we just take this rail line all the way over in a straight line, 10 units before that road, so 17 forward. Just disable road snaps. 17 forward, then down to the ground, which there's a post in the way. 10 units to the ground, but then that leaves a very short corner. That's not what we want. We want to come to the ground earlier. So if you want a 12 unit corner, then 7 units are going to be this side of the road. So we want to be 17 away from where the road is. Which is 10 forward from there. Down to the floor with 10. Then a 12 unit corner should leave us dead central between the two carriageways, which it is 5 units either way. Good. Need to rebuild this carriageway. Which is fine. And then yet pick up this train line again. We'll put it into the air because the roads next to it are in the air. That doesn't look central. Am I crazy? Could be. It says 5 units. I'm sure it's fine, and I'm sure it doesn't matter, at least. So it's in a straight line again till before the river. Let's see how it looks crossing the river. Fine if we just run it like normal. It's equal level to the roads, that's good. Nice and simple. Then yeah, we just need to join at this end. It's always a little messy to get a nice angle on it. I mean, that's fine, isn't it? There's a slight curve to it, and can't even see where it joined. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Train line is connected. Road is connected. Footway is connected. Train is connected. All Grown Pizza, hello, welcome in. Bee City, yeah, like a big honeycomb. Gonna be interesting. So what am I missing? I'm missing the metro line, aren't I? That's what I'm missing. Which is here. Once we've developed the next quarter of the city, we will probably use the second depth. But I guess for now, I do want to see the tourists coming in this way, getting into the southwest of the city, so we should, at least temporarily, redo this corner as a T-junction and connect that over here. think we'll kind of run this under the roads rather than like out in the fields. Bring a corner and run it down the middle of here maybe, and then next to there perhaps, and over. Let's sort this end out first. That's the easy one, or the one we've done before. Take the corner away and a bit of this. That is 10 units forward. We can just pull this one all the way over. They join 40, I think it's 45-degree angle I'm looking for, like that. And there. Should be fine. Then yeah, continue this out to the edge. We've done any corners, yeah, so what angle is that? 12? Yeah, kind of. Like an 11.5, which we can't really do. Yeah, the 12 unit corners. Okay, so let's work out where that's going to go. There's a tunnel there that we need to avoid. So why don't we come over to where that junction is, roughly. As we go before it. Yeah, why don't we do that? We'll go under this carriageway, which is going to be impossible to snap to. We're about there, 21 away from where we are now. So we need to go 9 units forward and do our 12 unit corner. Yeah, that's could do with being one more to the right, I think. Spoils, so there instead, 22 from where we are, so 10 units forward, 12 unit corner. Away we go. Yeah, that's better. That's more like central to the road, kind of. Then we need to be 12 units away from the middle of that one, which is there-ish, so 4 forward. Let me go 4 forward because it thinks I want to snap to the road. You can't disable. So why don't we go 5 forward and do an 11 unit corner, I guess. Should leave us under the middle of, yeah, perfect. It's under the middle of here, so we can just go in a straight line down the middle of here. Here-ish. Let's do a 12 unit corner coming out of here. These up. 36, so 24 forward. 12 unit corner. Hopefully they join. They do. Good. Different heights, but it's the issue we've seen before. Don't think we need to connect the other end of the station. As I said, when the train hits the station, they're kind of free to switch tracks and do whatever from the looks of it. So the other side would just be like a second track, which we're not currently running. So we'll leave it like that. Set up a actual route. So if you're going from the airport, we'll do what we did with the other one. You can stop in the 2 commercial zones. That's what you can do if you come to the metro from the other outer city stop. That is east tourist connection. This one doesn't look particularly busy, but we've not really got anything in the city that tourists should want to come and visit. Just shopping and a few parks. Okay, so that's metro connected as well. Just going to change the colour of a couple of these so we don't get confused. Let's turn that one yellow, that one orange. That's all good. So yeah, they're not getting any service coverage. They're too far out here, so there's not much point in putting the incinerators on this corner yet without the rest of the corner being developed. We might need to just give them one over here temporarily. On the edge here. Shouldn't need health care. A little bit of fire and police wouldn't hurt. Even the smallest ones probably can be fine. Although they might be, there will likely be permanent requirements because of how far out we are. So let's have them, but let's put them somewhere else. Within the central hex, I guess. Yeah. Got those pedestrian pavements there, so that one there and that one there. It's quite nice. Don't need education out here. We've done transport unless we want to bring buses over, which is a later concern. Water is connected, but not... I think the train station needs it, doesn't it? I think so. Let's get that covered. Don't know if the airport needs it. Let's get it connected anyway, just in case it does. Electricity is coming over by road because of the mod we've got, which I don't particularly like for stuff that's so far away from the town. There's no real route that we're going to carry power at the moment. There will be solar farms on this edge, so running a pylons out from there will be an option. Maybe. Put some in just for the sake of realism. Is that the word? Perhaps. Something around here. To there, and then say it's fair game that the rest is done by the roads in this area. Yeah, I'm happy with that conceptually. Good. I think that's everything on the Eastern Tourist Connection. I hope it is. Should now be able to unpause. People can get to work here and everything like that. That's saying it's not getting water. Do we need to perhaps cover the entire building? Let's do so. Look at that. Yeah, turned blue, so it's happy now. There's some flooding happening because of how we moved things on that edge. There we go. Should go away in time. Good. Happy with what we've managed to build out over there. Looking good. All connected and organised and neat, which is lovely. Hopefully those complaints from the harbour are going to get sorted out shortly. Do we need to maybe paint in the districts? Because we haven't finished doing that. we'll put all this into its own district and have everything painted over then. Do the whole city. Connect them there. Just, yeah, tidy up that middle a bit. That's good. Just feel that cough coming on again. Yeah, and then might as well fill the whole of this junction as part of this. Oops. Need to make a new one. There we go. Good. So that is not going to be Amity Square, that is West Tourism Connection. Tourist Connection, I think we called it. Let's paint in the other one. Try and do it neatly. The tool doesn't particularly help you with that. That's going to end like there's going to be one here. Them up, tidy that joint. Snapping all over the place because of the highway, but that's fine. Doesn't have to be a perfect line. There's not going to be any affected buildings in the middle there, so no big deal. That back over the top. Might be good to include the highway that specifically runs over here in this, in case we do want to apply any rules to the traffic inbound to this area. Now, a few people dropped off by train are now cycling into the city from over here, which is a hell of a cycle. That weird, some of the traffic will take a car from one hex to 2 hexes over, and some of the traffic will take a bicycle from that train station to something over here. It's interesting, at least. Difficult to plan for. If everyone would just behave like those cyclists, then we'd be fine. Do this road, covering the airport as well. Good. I think I'll leave the highway off of it. It'll be that area, so that's East Tourist Connection. So we've got 2 Smith Heights that need expanding. So we name this is East, South East Hex City. This is North East Hex City. This is Northwest Hex City. There we go. These are expanded and painted out. start developing this southeast one. See if we can find a good pattern that works. Like for the zoning and the services as well first, and then we'll see how we do public transport this time around. Where do we... So the northern ones cover the highway, the southern one stops short of it. Okay. Like that. Cut like that. It's fine. Work it out when we actually bring the north one down to join. Where does that belong? Oh, that's the same one. That's just joining with itself. That's already in the right place. Something like that, I'm sure that's... It needs to be quite so picky with the borders. That's fine, we can just fill in this middle. I don't want to apply the same rules here as I always have everywhere. Recycling, free public transport, pet ban. What else did I do here? Oh yeah, encourage biking. There we go. Of course. Good. Let's paint the next one down. No, haven't gone too far. This is the edge here. Good. Getting there. Okay, so that's where that one ends. We can just try and get a straight line across here. Okay, yep, good. Very good. And fill in the middle. Perfect. Just one more quarter to paint in. Then, yeah, then to work out what we're doing for the pedestrian area as well for the next quarter. We are going to do one big one, which I would like to see how it works, if it works. Get enough service buildings covering just one giant one. The missing piece of the puzzle for me is how the goods get from the service building to the commercial building. Because if they can be like an entire city away, as long as they're connected to the same pedestrian zone, then that won't be an issue at all. But if they need to be within a certain radius, which it doesn't show you, then I could get very confused. But I guess we'll see. It's the edge. Okay, so come back in a minute and join the gaps up. that point where the four join neat as we can, clear as we can. What belongs in which bit. Down the middle here, and it's not. Doesn't need to be perfect. It's not. The districting probably isn't that important, other than for the naming and visuals of it. We're probably going to have the same policies citywide, like the ones I just applied. The same straight line down here. It's fine, that's close enough, isn't it? Wibbly wobbly lines, but I'll live with them. There we go. Fill the gap in. That'll be the whole city districted, unless we do decide to do anything else. If we do ultimately add any industry in, it isn't the plan, but can do. The map is huge and flat and put whatever we want, I guess. But that's good, that's fine. Okay. So southeast Hex City, we're going to start developing here. I think the general idea is to leave one hex around the edge to put the service points on. Although they don't necessarily need to be on the south edge at all, that would only make things harder. The plan isn't to turn every road into a pedestrian road. Just to use the deliver everything option, because there will be some pedestrian roads. In fact, there'll be a lot, but probably mostly on the residential. Don't know actually, don't know how we'll do that either. Be interesting. Do it different to over here. So if all the service points are just going to be at the top instead, then still want to leave a row for tourist attracting buildings, which is that row. So it's this row, which is like, these have got their service buildings on, that's where they're going to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not going to be enough. For sure. Look, why don't we put a bit of a pedestrian area out here and start placing those buildings down. So this quarter shares those services but starts like here. Those points. Yeah, not sure what we'll do around the university there, whether that's... Probably just need to decide what we're doing in general before we put anything there, because it does kind of straddle the two quarters of the city. Okay. They've called that Broad Street. We want to call it Southeast Mega Pedestrian Zone. And where are those things? They're here, aren't they? Service buildings. I guess we want the cargo ones in the north, but the garbage ones can head down to where we put, wherever we put the garbage, the incinerators, which isn't necessarily going to be the same spot as the other quarter, I guess. Actually thinking about it, I had just assumed we'd do the corners the same, but if the pattern fits something different better, we should do something different. They could go on the tip and be shared more. Okay, so we'll need to work that out too, but we at least know we're going to have service ones starting from here. Can't go central, so put them slightly to the right. So that's 6 of them. Building must be placed roadside. It is... What? Oh, no garbage service point. That's what they're complaining about. That's fine. We will be looking at that anyway. So that provides 180 trucks a week. 180 cargo trucks a week. We don't really know what we're using. This is some statistical page I've missed. This just tells us what we're currently using this week, I think, rather than what we generally use, though I could be wrong about that. That building's using about 30. Oh, that zone is using about 30, okay. This zone is using 2? No, 5. Yeah, 5, okay. 35 in general, which doesn't seem like that's... Because I thought we put more in because we were having problems, so... Don't see it. This thing's fundamentally changed, or like I say, that's this week. Speed time up and see if the number changes dramatically at all. 30, 31. Still seems to be right. There's going to be probably more commercial in the next quarter, I would imagine, but not dramatically more, unless we do fully high density in the next one, which I'm inclined to do, but don't have to. Time is ticking on. It's staying around 30-ish. Okay, so let's imagine it is. And we do another one high density, so that's 60. And then we fill in some of what his gaps here would be. Could be the same again, 120. Those are all still enough, so we're guessing those are going to be enough. We'll try it with that many and see if it is enough. And then we need to decide where the garbage points are going to be. So really, we're not going to be building into those ones. There's a noise pollution ring around them, so we don't want any residential in the ones adjacent to them. We could have commercial and offices. Can't quite visualize it in my head, like where the center point would be. I mean, there's 6 of them, so that's a central line, except we share, the outside one is part of this quarter, kind of, and also kind of not. Let's say you exclude it. If you say that is the center, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that side and 5 that side. Okay. And then up to that point you've got the same number across. Or you just skip the ones that are missing. The center would be... Yeah, that could be fine. This can be the center. Which is... The names are slightly off-center, I guess, because of the shared spaces. So this is the central one. This is the one that's going to be... I want to pause while we do this and consider it. This is going to be residential. Then we want office facing it because that gives less noise pollution. Commercial a little further away because it gives noise pollution. Kind of want to like intentionally not build on these little bits on the edges. Don't know what would get built here because it's there's a 4x4 building and then there's a 2x4, which I don't think a 3x3 would be better, but don't necessarily want to go through every grid looking at every edge to maximize building size. Like, I don't even know if there is a 4x3 or if that's, yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Can we see here? Find the buildings we've got. So that's a 2x1. That's a 3x2. That's a 3x4? Oh, no, that's a 2x4, so they do exist. Then here, for example, it's ended up building 2x3s when it could have built 2x4s if we'd cut the end off, which bigger buildings are better in general. The 2x2, you get the 2x1. Here's a 2x3, and it didn't, like this bit didn't get zoned right, so that could have been a 2x4. Do we want to micromanage building size? Because I also don't know whether a 2x4 or a 3x3 is better in general. I'd imagine a 3x3 is better because it's 9 blocks instead of 8. So I don't know if we can force it. For example, this could end up creating a different shaped one in that space and ignoring the zone at the back. Don't know, but I'm still inclined to like take out the little 1s and 2s perhaps. So how ugly the little buildings are compared to the nice big skyscraper ones. I don't think it's worth going around and doing every one as we go over the size of the entire city, so let's leave it essentially. I'm going to do the ones that are here because it's on my mind bothering me, but going forward we won't cut any more out. That's fine. So within the mixed ones it kind of alternates, so we know that's going to be commercial. Offices are going to fill the gaps. The ones that touch the office are residential. And the ones that don't are mixed. So opposite the commercial is more commercial. Then they fill out not that. And yeah, I'm just going to fill the whole lot in and then see how we want to adjust it and stuff like that. We can fit a whole other ring in. The services we need to consider how we're going to fit those into the pattern and everything like that. Just taking one of the mixed ones and replacing it. We'll see. Let's fill in the pattern and then we can look at distances and stuff like that. Let's fill in those and then opposite residential is office. Opposite office is residential. That, I think, they will fill in like so. Yeah, confusing myself, but this is correct. It's all fine. Fill in those gaps with commercial. Then, yeah, at that point I'm not sure, but yeah, residential into these ones where the offices face. But not there, because that's going to be getting the noise from the service points, so that row won't have any in. But this will. So that one. Yeah. It looks at the moment to me that there's not enough residential in that pattern. It's my initial thought. Okay, let's keep going. So that's commercial there and there. To there. Leave these ones blank entirely, all of them. This one might. It's well placed, isn't it, actually? Traffic to come to it and then leave again. Maybe not to leave again if it's heading westbound. Yeah, under the tunnel. Yes, well placed actually. So this one's not. No, it's good because of the tunnel. Okay, that's good. Nice intersections. Very happy. That is one. Wrong density there. But then that will leave that being one as well, which, yeah, this doesn't look like enough residential. May have to just invert it. We started with residential. If we start with a mixed one, then we'll end up with them the other way around. So we can look at that. It's them. That will be one. That's part of this pattern. This is the shared service line, so not there. I'm thinking of cutting this back quite dramatically to fit the core of this only, and not having these bits down here. Services around the outside, power and incinerators down here, perhaps. That should be a commercial mixed one. I think that's it. Fill in the offices. Residential, then we'll have the full picture to make a decision from. Decisions or something to reflect on, you know. Or it may be perfect and there's nothing to do but unpause, but I doubt it. So that's them filled in. It's residential. Of course, got the option of splitting them down the middle with probably with residential pedestrian roads, but anything is an option. Yeah, see, that was it. That ratio is definitely not right. That's definitely not enough residential compared to the other stuff in that pattern. So that was the central one. So a ring, 2 full rings around it, and then becoming complete. Can we move it anywhere that gets more like full rings? If we started there, yeah, you get one more full ring. You start with that one, which, I mean, you might as well say you had, but I would then trim off the edges beyond. That's a centre, 1, 2, 3 away from there. Perhaps maybe put more residential around the outside. Yeah, probably would. And that perhaps means losing that service building on the edge. Like, we might trim the whole city off by a whole row. Maybe. Really want to do that. Yeah, not sure about it. If we invert them, it doesn't. If I'm trimming bits off the edge, then inverting them doesn't make as much of a difference. The difference is how we've got this full row of mixed along the top that could be a full row of residential. Although it couldn't be because those service buildings are there, so we would just cut them out. Let's do that. So while the commercial and the offices can be there, it's they wouldn't if it was the other way around, so the consistent thing would be to not have them. In this bottom corner as well, you've got so many 2 residential to 4 mixed, which is 2 to 2 to 2, I guess. I don't believe well, I say I don't believe the requirement's equal, but then we've provided equally on this side. Maybe not for the offices. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 hexes, which is 2. So they are equal. Okay, interesting. Demand is generally an equal number of buildings of every type. Rough numbers based on what we've got. I don't know if that's correct or not, but we can work with it for now at least. That being the case, like those 7 hexagons in isolation are equally balanced. Like those 7 in isolation are not. You're centered around one and you've got the others, so center around one and you've got 2 full rings. What have you got? Outer ring is equal within itself. No. Outer ring's got 6. That's what I mean about it. Driving me blind. This outer ring has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full residential. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mixed, which is 3 commercial, 3 office. So if you add in what's here, then the residential actually outnumbers the commercial or the office by 1 ring. So if you could like replace that ring with services instead, and it would all be equal, which isn't a bad idea at all actually. The services in the middle of that, if they can cover 2 hexes out, which I imagine they can. But I don't think we can fit all services inside a single hex. Don't believe so. Well, I know we can't for things like the death care and everything. So we can't have everything. But that idea, well, that size is pretty good. So like 3 hexagons across, a radius of 2.5, 5 across in total. Is good, but do they? There's no great way of tessellating that, I don't think. So if that were the case here, what does it look like? It's 3 down, then 4 down, then 5 down. So 3, then 4. Only be 5 here if we built in the top one. Then 4, then 3. So that one would be empty essentially because it's on the edge of the city. Let's try and start removing some bits for the visualization. So 3, 4. And then it's, yeah, I can see what I'm doing, but take a minute to get there. Put that one in. Going to be a lot of zoning, rezoning, unzoning, and so on while we get this pattern straight in my head. And if we remove this, there is like a cluster that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 residential and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 mixed. So this case, well, it's the same deal as if we remove this in the centre, everything's equal. There's an equal number of squares assigned to every type of building. So that's good. And then the next one round, for example, if these 3 were these 3 on the next one round, you'd be missing half of it, or a big chunk of it. So you can't have them touching and be of equal size. To get the next one of equal size, you need to space where the 5 is going to be. So that's 3 rows over, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 4, and then this will be 3. This will be the 2. 2, 3. No, there is no 2. This will be unzoned. 3, 4, 5, 4. All of this will be unzoned. Yeah, which is kind of thought that might happen anyway. 3, 4, 5. So that comes out, and that one. Yep. This whole row down the side, which is okay, I guess, in terms of how we envision this university zone having things around it. All of this unzoned, which is perhaps not great, but we can fit the solar farms and incinerators down there. So that fits 2 in. Can't fit the 3rd in. In this particular edition of the pattern, and dezone that. It's pretty good. So alternatively, we could move it up. You leave a gap and then have it like in line with the other one, like equal, which is quite viable. Then we can see what fits below that. We don't have to keep the city in a hexagon shape. That was just a fun idea that came up, but it's not necessary to keep it that way. So we could just fit 3 of these like big hexes in each quarter, with a bit between them perhaps for power generation and stuff, maybe. The next one, if we wanted to fit, so you can't move that one over without moving it down, which makes you lose the bottom row. So we'd have to follow the same pattern. Next one over would start here, and because that's the central row of the city, it wouldn't be 5 across, it could only be 3. Unless you like squish the spaces differently, but perhaps no way of doing that without changing where the outside of the city is. which now that we've got these connections we kind of want to avoid. Like I'm happy with the size of the city. I'd rather fit something within this than try to come up with some brand new thing at this point. I think. So yeah, in my mind, we can fit another. Can't fit another 5 there either, without moving other stuff. So I think what we do is take this one away. Dezone a whole bunch. There we go, and do the same pattern but next to it, or this is a pattern with a mixed one in the middle, which I guess, well, I want to see what the opposite is, so let's just redo this one but the opposite so I can see it again because I can't remember it. So the middle one would be residential, but we will empty it, like on that one. I think. I don't know. So I haven't considered what to do if we split the things with pedestrian paths down the middle, so still a lot of options available. So yeah, this would be the middle in what I'm thinking. So let's build out from there. Office opposite. Fill in. And commercial. Residential opposite the offices. The appearance is obviously quite different when the actual buildings get built in. You can't necessarily see the colour of the zoning, so I'm perhaps being silly about caring about how that pattern looks now, as it'll be more important how it looks when it's built out with buildings, but still, I do care, so I'm going to look at it and see which I prefer, how I prefer it. Not that, that's there. And that's the outside circle, so no more than that. So the difference is, it's interesting, the one on the right creates this like continuous path of mixed ones, goes around. The one on the left is more like a snowflake shape, which I like. I prefer the one on the left, I think. Tell you what, why don't I stew on which I prefer. Move the middle one, of course. Yeah. And then stew on which I prefer while taking another break, as we are just over 4 hours in to the stream now, and it would be healthy to stretch my legs again. So I'll just be another 2 or 3 minutes to do the usual walk around and refill drink and everything like that, and then when I come back I will decide which pattern I prefer. Then we'll look at how that might tessellate out wider and how the service is going to fit in, and continue experimenting on this quarter of the city and these new ideas of how we might lay things out. So I will see you shortly. Hello there, I am back from my break. Legs may be a bit sleepy still, but I gave them a good stretch, so we should be okay for a little longer till the next break. I did notice while on break that the Twitch website appears to be having problems, so if there is anyone successfully in chat, do let me know, because I'm just a bit concerned. And if there's not and the whole thing's broken, then I hope this VOD survives and successfully makes it onto YouTube for people. I haven't been saving as we go, so I can't really like roll back. What I might do is put a save in now, and then if the next few hours end up not making it to VOD because Twitch is having trouble, then we can start again from this point. Just save that there, and it just gives us an option if we need one. I am decided though that the one on the left is my favourite. I like this kind of snowflake style pattern. Not sure about having residential all the way on the outside though, so we might flip it round. No, can't flip it round, can we? No, because that's what you get if you flip it round, of course. So the residential is all on the outside. Okay. It's interesting. Guess we then have perhaps bus routes for residential. Because I was thinking we'd have metro route right in the middle. Metro station right in the middle. We don't have to. I don't know if people would walk that far. People should need to walk less because they have so many more options in walking distance as compares to the old layout. But we don't really know. We'll find out when it gets up and running. But yeah, I prefer the one on the left, so we will replace the one on the right with one of them. Do just need to consider, can we fit a third one in this quarter of the city? I think no. We can fit a third one straddling the two quarters. So if we looked at halves instead, you could fit another one down here, which I'm quite tempted by. Then we move power production and things like that into this gap that there is between them. There's like a bunch of hexes here, which I think could be a good idea. Yeah, other than that, I don't see another option. Well, we can make the city not hexagon shaped, but some kind of weird pointy shape by putting one in this gap, having those shared services down here, and so on and so on. Which again, I'm not a huge fan of. I like the hexagon shape, so I'd rather put the other one here. So we'd have 5 in the half rather than 3 in each quarter. In which case we might want to do this up here in order to see that working. I think that's a good idea actually. We'll do this up here instead. So to facilitate that, firstly I want to remove this because it could potentially be in the way, so let's demolish that. That removes power to the sewerage, so we need to reconnect pylons over there some way to over here probably. I can't run them like that. Let's over the top of there and then up here. Let's go all the way and make it a neat straight line. Remove the old one here. There we go. That should keep that going as long as this connection stays good. That's fine. Let's let's dezone this lot because we know we don't want it like that. I'll keep that just for a minute. So No, we know how to do it, don't we? We know how to do that pattern. Residential in the middle. It's fine. So yeah, this northeast, northwest will want to change. We're going to take either one of them and put it over the other one. Let's go this way. I'm not too big, haven't I? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong button. That's why that's happening. Confused myself for a minute there. That's sorted back out. There we go. And then bring this across. Trying to smooth it as we go. It's doing well. It's good, and then we'll do up the edge. It's a bit messy. Can I do that again? Seems like Twitch has completely died then. Why don't we just check onto the web, bit of a Google or a Twitter search, see if explanation as to why or what's going on. Or I suppose when we can expect it to be working is everyone's first question, isn't it? Really. Don't really care why it happened. We're joining back up with ourselves. There we go. Let's get the big brush and fill in the gap. Good. So this is no longer Northeast X City, this is North X City. Which is a bit... don't know, I kind of liked the quarters idea, but if things fit better in halves, then we should do halves. We should have left one there for spacing, shouldn't I? I was thinking, so that we know one goes down the bottom. But does it go all the way? Can't remember. Okay, so we're going to move these as well, aren't we? Let's just wipe that out. And then remove Southeast Hex City's pedestrianised area. And I guess we should put in North Hex City's pedestrian area as one giant one, because we still haven't properly experimented with how or if that works. So I would still like to know, can we just make this one giant pedestrian zone with a bunch of supply points? Is that functional? So let's paint that in as well. It's not quite even it. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. North Hex City is different to South Hex City. Damn, but we may well just add another row to the top to make it the same. Interesting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, and 5 there as well. Yeah, I think we need to add another row to the top in order to do what I have in mind. So let's do so. How was it? Were we right up against the edge or were we one away? I think we were right up against the edge. This would be 1, 2, 3. Let's. So 1, 2, 3, then 4, then 5. That won't work in that space. We can put the service building in that space, but we can't zone that space. So yeah, we do need another row on the top. That's fine. We'll put one in. Can we do it with an easy copy paste? Probably not. We're going to make more of a mess. Personally think. So let's do it a tidier way. Let's put in all the medium roads first because we can. It's going to be no more beyond this, so we can put them all in and then just work on the one-way roads. Don't remember whether we changed any at the top because it was specifically different or anything, so not sure about that. Hope everything's good as it is. And it's a shame that this hex line will now not be lined up with the top row, I guess, but I don't think we could have put that harbour much further north, so it's nice how it is. I'm not upset by that. Okay, so we go 28 across, then that should join the right angle. We bring this 28 and then 14. Should join. Didn't check that angle. 60 degrees, perfect. Make this one the same, good. We follow the same concept we did before. If this is up, then that is down. That goes around them. This we could copy paste a bit. Just like that. Which might be... No, we don't... no, because that's the direction of it. It goes there. So that that one can join... That one goes that way. Don't have the right snapping angle on that. Of course. That's close enough on that. Okay. They are down, so that should be down. That should be up. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Now we might be able to copy paste easily if we can grab the right bits. That. Yeah. Like that, but then cut those and fill them in. That is going down, that's going up, that's going down. Then we grab it and add those ones we've just put, copy it again. So we could copy a whole bunch of them in, but I'm reconnecting them so I don't miss any. So I'm always concerned about that, obviously. It's wrong, so that's up, that's down. That should have been down, yep. Grab those. We're now at the hex we took out earlier that we will now want to have back in. Which is fine. Not complaining at myself for removing it. It was the right thing at the time, and now we're doing something different. 18 across, that should come up, so that should be going the other way. Go, and there should be one above it as well. With our new plan of attack. Go 28 across, that can go up to it. Then we've got a bit of a mess. It's halfway, so if that's 12, then it goes 7 units out each way. Should be able to join 60 degrees. And the same, perfect. With all the measuring ones and then get the directions right. So that is an up, so that goes around that way and down. Good. Good, that's one bit done. And then the same down this side, obviously. But it's all like the opposites, so I can't necessarily copy and paste very easy yet. It's put a few in, then we can. So let's get that 14 across, this 28 across, and that will come down at 60-degree angles. Very nice. So now we can copy these ones to make that. No, I think that's going to be facing the wrong way, isn't it? Let's put them in. So this is an up, yeah, and that's a down, so that should be going that way. Good. Then we can grab like all of this, all of that, and these, and put it like there, and they should all be facing the right way. Like so. That's up, that's down, that's up. Good. Re-grab the extra ones. Do that again. Let's see if I can be big-brained and do them all. We're going to have a problem there. Okay, we'll come back to that. Because we're going further north with the city, that rail line that we put just north of the city is going to be poorly placed. For sure, no big deal. Just reconnect all these first. So that's down, up, down. This one going up and around, and then down and up. Good. Let's put this one in because we can do that one. That's these parts. Like that. Yep, that should be facing the right way. And then I get that the wrong way, but there we go. That's up, that's down. So the last one, there isn't a last one, of course. This hex is part of the chain going outwards. That's where the city ends. There's no problem there with the rail line. That's good. Perfect. So we've grown the city one more row to the north. So let's fit things in the same as we were doing in the south. It means there's now like a central row that doesn't belong to north or south or anything, which is fine. We can either split it in half or just there's not going to be anything built there, I don't think, so it can just not belong to a district. That's fine. And everything's facing the right way now. Also fixes that earlier pane we had where the last two rows were facing. No? Yes, it will. We do need to change something here. The direction that the roads go alternates. So this one goes right, this then left, then right, then left, all the way up, in order to keep the flow. But because we had whatever it was, an odd number of, an even number of roads, the top two went the same way. Now they need to not. So we need to turn all them round to follow the pattern properly. So where the top used to be, they need turning round. So now they alternate left, then right, then left, which is good. Fits the pattern better this way. It just means, based on the rough numbers and maths that I did, the city's no longer a equilateral hexagon overall. But I've probably got that maths wrong anyway, so or it probably wasn't that close anyway, just because of the nature of the game. So yeah, this edge is no longer the same as that edge, I think. But I don't actually genuinely believe it was to begin with, so it's not a problem. Okay, so the spacing coming from the left, we said residential in the middle. The middle's empty, but starting the pattern that way. So these 3, 4, 5, this is the middle one. Office touches the residential. Then you do the 3 like that. Commercial fills in the gaps. got residential touching the office again. Like that. Take the middle one out. And then commercial touching the commercial and follow the same pattern. Around we go. Fill in the gaps with office. That's the pattern, good. Yeah, middle empty and then the kind of snowflake type pattern with the mixed ones and then residential fills in the gaps. I think it'll be fine. We'll see. Next one was then one away, but in line, so it'll be same pattern, won't it? It'll be like that, and then should be. I don't know. We'll see. I've got it wrong. Why don't we start in the middle? That'll be better, won't it? More likely to get it correct if I do that. Just a couple there. Fill them in. Some extra ones in. Rest of the commercial. Just a residential there. I think following these patterns I would do the whole thing in high density. I prefer it like that. We could do like, we can't really do the outer ring in low density because the ratio would be off. We'd have to do half of the residentials in high and half in low, and they don't divide well like that, so I think we'll just go fully. And then if we want to like add more hexagons around the city with low density stuff in it, we can in some other kind of pattern or system or whatever. There, that's that one filled in too. Switch system is definitely not looking good. Bit rating just says I'm now offline, so even though OBS says there isn't a problem at all, I've got even less confidence that we're actually still reaching anybody, or even the video saving server, so we'll see. Keep going for a while and see if things reconnect and people reappear. It does say 2 people are watching, but I'm skeptical about that, and you know, in a short time, if there is not a short time, in some time, if there's no reconnection and people come back, then I might just stop in case. I guess my big concern is that this time spent streaming is going to be counted as streaming to 0 viewers, which is would damage my viewership statistics at a time where they're kind of important to me. You know, it would just be annoying, an unnecessary setback, so I don't want to do too many hours if this is going to cause me problems later. But if it's not, you know, things get up and running. Oh, Alzara, you're there. You can chat, that's fine. What is going on with Twitch? Oh god. Maybe it'll all be fine in 10 minutes and be nothing to worry about. You're here, yes, I'm very happy for that, even on a normal day. But when I was taking the last break, I just went on Twitch to to see what's going on. Sometimes, especially when I spend 8 hours streaming, I kind of feel a bit detached from the world. So so I just check it to see who else is streaming during the day, and yeah, it just was not loading at all. It said no one was live. There were no videos available. Oh, I see. The website is broken, but the app is still working. I see. That will cut the audience down significantly then. I don't think there are many app users as compares web users. Though I don't know, I guess it's... I don't know actually, I haven't really looked at that statistically. It tells me how many of my viewers are using different platforms, so should be able to tell the comparatively how many people use it. Maybe here before it broke. No, I think it has disconnected people who would otherwise be talking. But I could be wrong. It could have been that everyone just ran away when I went for a break instead of it being Twitch's fault. Sure, they'll fix it soon. They usually do fix things quite soon, actually, don't they? It's normally not out for hours and hours, but... Went to the website using the URL, like, directly, it works. That's interesting. It's not necessarily like... Well, that's probably good news. That probably means that they are saving the VOD and like taking the data in without a problem. It's just like their front-end platform that's misbehaving. That gives me a bit more comfort. I didn't want to have to redo all this because everyone missed it. It's fine, we're getting there. We're things are getting built in. That's right, yeah, all good. Fill in these commercials and then shows me where they go in the next ring out. These ones are a bit weird or interesting, where it's not given the squares to build in the centre of the road. I rebuild that road out of curiosity. It's down. Yeah, now I've got the lines. They're perhaps different in some other way, but just a bit weird. It's wasted space. It's kind of worth going around rebuilding them, maybe. You can get to the URL, but you can't chat. Interesting. And the rest of the page, yeah, like that kind of front end profile stuff isn't loading. Interesting. It's telling me like 2 or 3 viewers watching, but if I go to who's in chat, that's completely not working at all. So the when I'm streaming, it's got a little bar in my status bit that tells you your bit rate that is being received by Twitch. So you can kind of compare the bit rate out of OBS and into Twitch, and that currently says I'm offline and not streaming. So. That's not great to see. I think I will redo these roads that are being... Where I spot them at the moment, I'll rebuild them and try to get complete buildings, not random gaps in the middle. But that, I guess, might not matter if I put a road down the middle, it might change them all anyway. So we may need to decide on whether we're doing that first. go. That residential needs rebuilding. There's another one. I guess if I copy pasted, that's going to have a lot of those problem roads in. We may not fiddle with them too much. Oh, you can't get those bits to load on app either, yeah. Could be. You had the app open, so that kind of stuff is working, but perhaps not everything. Interesting. You can see the chat, you can watch the stream, but people wouldn't, like, no one else is going to come in and find us here because they can't see the category page. Or anything like that. And yeah, that's true. I would assume if you can write, then everyone can write. It's more they can't get into the, like, without directly coming to the URL, they can't get here. I don't know. Well, the following list isn't working and the category page isn't working, so who knows? Yeah, don't know. We'll... Oh, you can't write when you can only write in the app. I see what you mean. You can only write in the app, and that might only be because you had the app open already. So if someone else opens the app now, they might not be able to write, and you can't write in browser. But you can see. God, it's weird. That's what. There you go. Welcome to Twitch. When things don't work, they really don't make sense either. So, rare though. I can't remember the last time Twitch just stopped working. Obviously, those, like the errors we talked about earlier, like where things just, like a stream cuts off for a while or whatever. That's pretty common, but the whole kind of system to fall apart is pretty rare. Fine, we'll just keep chilling and writing, and hopefully they sort it out. Some people can join us later if they're able to. It's all that good. Any here that look a bit funny? Yes, a couple up this side. Let's sort that. It was that one. Redo their zones. One of them. Not that. Got that wrong. There we go. One looks all good. Okay. So those four, I think I've spaced them right. Yeah. Service buildings will be here. Maybe here. Or one back would be better. Further from the... because I don't know how close they need to be to the commercial zones. Further from the residential is my priority. Okay, and then the last one will fit with the same gap that the others have up at the top here. So that's going to be the centre. There's office around it, and then they fill in. Dodgy road there, let's redo that. Done there. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. There and there. Yeah. And then these are the residential ones. That, and then office on these ones as well. Yeah. Dodgy road there. It's on this one, yep. It's good, and then yeah, fill in with commercial everywhere else. general thought now is that we'll have services between, in the gaps between, like we did before. Like these 3 rows with services in should cover everything really. Perhaps a couple of things will be needed near the tip to reach into the last zones in the north, but that's fine. And then these little sections that are further than 1 away will be where the like loud power generation and the dirty incineration are happening. There and there. And then the dead centre point of each cluster will have the metro station in it. It'll be quite different, I guess, to how we've got them now. They're all in a nice row. So we can use that. The type of station we've used down here will allow us to draw just a straight line between those 4. Which keeps that simple. I'm not sure how we'll connect that to the other one, or to the ones in the south. We'll look at that when we look at that, but that's curious, so it'll be interesting. Finish filling them in, there we go. That's all good, I think that zoning is all good. Not sure about like unpausing with this much zoned. It tends to make a mess of the city. I guess we're in Sandbox, so it really shouldn't matter, shouldn't hurt us at all. We'll just develop. Metro could meet in the one at the top. It's possible. If you put 2 metro stations in the top. I mean, well, let's look at it now. We've zoned it all out, so let's look at it. What I would do is put a pedestrian streets. The one I like is bluestone with trees, yeah. So if you split that one in half, we've got the metro stations. So you've got the one that has just a single line at whatever depth that is, which we can connect to the bottom. You can also connect to the top of it in order to connect in like some way, but I think we needed to feed everything. This is the one at the north, everything up from beneath it rather than from above it. This is the one we've been using, which gives you 2 at different heights. So that would put all the ones down here all in a row, if we were to do that. And then the one up here would need to connect in somehow. But we could use this parallel one that gives you 2 lines. I think they're at the same height. They look like it. Here in the north we can use this one, because then, or actually on all of them we could use this one. If we've got 4 lines in the north, then each of the other zones can come into here on their own dedicated line, which is a bit unnecessary, I guess. But, you know, why not? Or what we could do is... Ooh, interesting. Let's want to put that pedestrian route down the middle of all of them so we can see where it all is. There. There. There and there. Yeah. Neat for us to see them all go into one point, yeah. I don't know if they would, you know, if don't know what their decision making is like that. But also the plan is for like tourist buildings that they might want to visit to be down here by the highway, so they may need metro stations next to them as well. Or, you know, they can be visited by bus from the centre of here or whatever, I guess. Don't know. We don't want to split the hexes from left to right, so the only way for a station to default to facing left and right is this one that has it at the second depth. So that could move people left and right between those points if you just build them all in a row. It's one straight line, it's dead simple. You probably have a line that goes from the far right to the right, and a separate one that goes from there to the left and from there to there. So if they're all in a row, that's dead easy. Choice of tracks will add traffic, yeah. Which is why I wanted to put it next to the highway, to minimise the traffic they add to the town if tourists drive to them. Because they shouldn't. They should use our wonderful public transport system. But I'm not sure if they will. I'm not sure if they would prioritise using the public transport if we put them further from the road and gave them a direct route to get there. But you know, that's more things that we can play with to find out what they do. If we use, so I quite like the idea of putting the parallel ones at the top and then connecting them in somehow. We could do. Let's just build it in. We've got infinite money. I might as well just build what I'm thinking rather than thinking it. Those ones there, not here. We could put them here. I was thinking, build this one. That. Yeah, if things are not, or if it, like, placing something down causes an enormous traffic issue, then we'll look at how we can improve traffic flow and so on and so on. But if there's like no answer to it, no other answer, then the answer to it could be just picking it up and putting it somewhere else and moving the traffic over there. It's a potential solution, you know, to that kind of problem. So I'm thinking, what about, so we connect that one to that one, and that one to that one, and then use the outside ones. They're at different heights, so this station's built them at -16, which I think is the same as the top station here. Yeah, it is, which is different to the other station, which builds them at -12, I think. But this bottom line's at -32, so these need to come up. Let's go forward 10, up. Of course, I can't actually get it up to 16, can I? Get it to 18 or 15. Let's not do it that way round. We will bring them round and then let the system work out a route to lift them up to this one or whatever it is. Let's bring it in line with where that would be, I guess is what I want. Let's bring that down so we can see it. That's there, which is 32 units. So we go 20 units forward. Then a 12 unit corner. Twitch's status website, they say they've got a major outage. Yeah, well, at least they admit it. Yeah, but I think it's a bit obvious by now that they do. I wonder, is it beyond them? Is it like an Amazon outage or just Twitch? Yeah, they've said so on Twitter. I don't know. When it's like a specific website stops working, I think the most common cause is that someone in their company clicked the wrong button. Whereas when it's multiple, it can be like an attack or whatever. Say we want to go up. So we're going from 32 to 16, which I'd want to do maybe over 20 to be neat. So if we finish that one there, join that to it. Looks like they're not aligned that way either. Okay. This happens on the rails. They're not They're like not on a line, they're in the gap between the lines, but they don't snap to the gap between the lines, so we will just accept that it's a bit funny. That's fine. This one needs to come 12 away from where that one is. It's about there, so let's guess with there. 12 units around the corner. Then 20 units away. There. That down to there. Join them up. Like so. So my thought is this half of the city is connected like this, and we have a route that runs like the right hand half, goes between those three stations, there and back again, and the same on the other side, and then these two spare ones on the inside can shoot straight down to the south of the city and go between them. But I guess you don't need two lines to do that. Interesting. I can get updates via text. That's interesting. That might be worth doing. Although I don't tend to read my phone at all, other than like in the break, when I might see it anyway. Don't know if you can set Twitter to give push notifications for specific tweeters. Don't know. Yeah, I agree. As someone who is streaming it, it could be helpful to have like an immediate update if there is a problem, so that you kind of know. But then again, I don't know what do you do. I guess if they send a message that says the whole system's down, no one can watch you, but we're still receiving the signal, then I would stop streaming because it's pointless, I guess. When it's back up, well, I'll know when it's back up because it'll... Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. I should know when it's back up because we'll start to see the usual people coming in and leaving kind of thing that we see in the stream typically. And the bitrate number should go green again. But I don't know. As long as OBS tells me that I'm successfully uploading to Twitch, I should keep streaming, I guess, because it will create a VOD for me to share later and what have you. Although even that maybe is a waste, like of content of what I'm doing. It would be better to wait until I can show it live to people because it's supposed to be live content. I don't know. I think at the moment I'm certainly small enough that I don't really need to worry, and I can just keep talking to myself even if no one can come in. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've not seen the website before, so it is interesting. I will check it out later, I guess, and I think sign up for email updates. They tell you which specific parts are not working. So if video broadcasting is not working, I would know because OBS would give me an error. If video watching is not working, I guess that's the kind of key thing. Like if no one can watch but it looks like there isn't a problem, then it would be a waste of time for me to continue streaming. Interesting. Video broadcast has a major outage, but I am successfully broadcasting to you right now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should think about it more seriously. Like, I'm enjoying playing the game. Yeah, tagging works. That worked. Yeah. If I'm enjoying playing the game and you are watching, I'm inclined to carry on, but it's probably not the right thing to do. In that, yeah, I don't know. I should be trying to stack up bigger viewership numbers, and no one else can come and watch right now, it seems. Like, you're here because you were here before there was a problem. First time facing the issue, a big part of me feels like it would be best to stop streaming and come back when when a larger audience is able to come and watch, because I'm in a position where getting those viewers is kind of important to growth. But I don't know, what else am I going to do for the next 3 hours? Like, yeah, others can't type because chat isn't necessarily working unless you were in it on the app before the problem started. And I can't, I've got no way of like verifying how many people are here. So there could be 10 people watching right now saying, no, carry on, but they can't actually tell me to, so I don't know. Part of me feels like it's right to not stream in a situation like this and just wait until I can get the bigger numbers, but then I go back to like the point I was making yesterday. It doesn't... if I spend 8 hours streaming to no one today, it sets me back getting affiliate. Like, significantly sets me back getting affiliate, because I'm close. I need to maximise the number of hours I stream with more than 3 viewers in order to get there. So anytime I'm streaming to less than 3 viewers, I'm dragging it down. But it's not really important. Getting affiliate isn't really important as an individual thing. So if it takes me longer because of this outage, but that's the only downside, like I still have good viewership as soon as things start working again, then I think I just keep streaming and that's that, you know? It's not ideal, but I don't particularly feel a rush to get to those numbers any more than anything else. So yeah, I'm going to carry on unless some mega Twitch expert appears magically and tells me no, I'm doing entirely the wrong thing. But so my thoughts on the Metro. We can lay everything out like this and it will line up really nicely. We can then also run the one on the far right down to the one on the far right over here, and likewise with all the others. The one in the middle has 2 lines that could run all the way down to the one all the way at the bottom, which is unnecessary. You could do that with 1 line. So we could replace the one on the left with a single track Metro. We could replace the one on the left with the dual track, dual height, and use the sideward facing one to come out here to pick up the tourists, who can then use the rest of the metro system from those 2 stations. It's a shame you can't, like, take 2 stations and say, these are the same station. Like, if they're close enough to just be like, let them go from the outside path here to the outside path here as if it was one, without coming above ground or something. Because I'd be concerned that if they're coming into town in the right-hand station and they need to come out and go in another one, that they'll prioritise a different routing just because of that. I doubt they would. I reckon we replace that outside one with this type. User-friendly, they could get in, from a direct link. That's interesting, isn't it? The direct links are working. They say there's a major video broadcasting outage. But if you've got the link to watch the stream, you can watch the stream. Weird. Did it affect the number? Yeah, it briefly went to 1 high. Well, it went to 3, which is interesting. It suggests that there is another person. Like it says 2 now. But maybe there is someone out there desperately trying to communicate with us, but isn't able. I can get a Ouija board up if they want to try and communicate to us. It's a shame that that doesn't line up. The tracks underground line up, I think. Yeah, which I care more about, I think, in this particular context. Yeah, I prefer that staying there. But we do, of course, need to go further to the left with the track. So let's do that. Let's bring the track down like we did with the other one. We want it to be wherever that one was. There, I think. Looks like before the curve, so that's going to be impossible to line up to. Just before the squares there, I think. We'll give that a go. That's between those ones, so we're not going to get a good lineup. Let's say, let's go from there. So that's, try again. 17 units, so 5 units forward, 12 unit corner. Let it join up with that one. Good. Oh. Yet. It's working. Oh, have they fixed everything then? You're in the browser working. Okay. Well, they've fixed part of it then, at least. They're connected. Oh, is your friend coming in that's fixed everything? Yeah. Yeah. Could be, as far as we know. That one's going to come out out this direction. I think we'll run it. Could run it under the train line. Kind of like that idea. Let's try and do that. Finish 12 away from the train line. 8 forward. 12 unit corner. Down. It's not quite underneath it. Like I said, they're not very well. The metro tracks are not perfectly aligned with anything. Bring that to the same point, which I'm guessing is there. 12 unit corner again. No, I've got that wrong. If I'm forward another, don't know how many. Yeah, another 2 units. Then do our 12 unit corner. There we are. Followers and category pages are working. That's good. That suggests that they have fixed it. Obviously, like, that doesn't mean everyone's going to immediately come rushing back to Twitch if they've gone to do something else. You know, like go outside and touch grass or whatever for because it was down. Good, and then we need to come up, but we can't do that before the train station, so I guess we'll go to that. This could have been a mistake. Let's bring it to that point and then work out what we... Well, let's leave it at that point because we're not actually connecting it in right now, because that would disconnect it from the city that's actually developed and built, which we don't necessarily want to do yet. Now we do, so that's metros. That's the idea for metros, kind of vaguely organised. We'll do the same thing on this side of the city, and then they'll have vertical lines running between each of them, a vertical line that runs down the middle, and then the south point will have a sideways line that runs out to the west tourist connection, which is a nice mirror, a very nice mirror. I like it a lot. This idea of running them all like inwards to the central point. It's cool. Cool. I like it. Do we may have trouble with that tunnel and that line. We'll find out. I guess we can send the train track underneath it if we need to. Good. That's metro. Bus we'll worry about when things are developed. That's probably it. I am thinking having not cable cars. I don't think we're going to use cable cars anywhere useful. I liked the idea of trying monorail above all of the hexagons, but we may do that in isolation for a separate thing. I don't believe it will work. So that leaves like blimps, which I was thinking we might bring tourists into specific tourist destinations with blimps, just to see some going, but you know, we'll see. Yeah, no, thanks, Elsa. I appreciate the like I could have googled it myself, but then the city wouldn't have progressed at all. So we're still like learning about what's going on, but also keeping some things moving. It's nice. Appreciate it a lot. Someone on a bigger stream saying, but yeah, that people were there and they couldn't see that interface, but people were still there. Yeah, interesting. So we need to deal with services. That's important before we unpause. Anything else? Don't think so. Got like some basic transport up. I mean, I can set the lines up after things are developing, I guess. So let's start with the simple ones. Electrical generation. Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. It's just going to be a little confusing because I haven't unpaused some of the UI. Won't update for the new roads we put in. So, solar panels on, I think it's this. I'm just going to put one. Can we? Interesting that it doesn't fit there, but it does fit there. Funny. Fits best on that road, so let's. No. Difficult to pick where would be best to put it. This middle one's a pretty good choice, but we wouldn't fit as many. Let's try it though. One there. No, you can't fit two within the same hex. Okay. Let's not do that then. Outside of the city's an option. Probably a good one. Though again, you can't fit two in the same space. I think like those are the 2 points that we're looking at. No, I'm wrong. It's the next two over, these two. Yeah, and all those surrounding it are still an option. 5 surrounding it are an option, which is probably best. Like there. Yeah, this could work. And get them all lined up right. Here and here. But not in that middle one because we wouldn't be able to symmetrically pick a direction. Maybe put something different in, I don't know. Giant nuclear plant, a couple of coal-fired ones, a few wind ones in the middle there. If we've got 4 solar here, we'll have 16 for the whole city. I expect that'll be way more than enough. So I'm not too worried about that. That'll be fine. And what we've shared in those kind of spaces is the incinerators, because they create dirty ground and a lot of noise, so we'll keep them away from the actual developed areas. How many did we put here? 6. So we don't particularly need too many necessarily. Try. How does the road flow? It goes up the middle and out. Kind of cool to put them in here. And maybe on that road as well. Though again, at the moment I don't think we need this many, but who knows. Fit another, not quite, maybe to joggle them around a bit. Move that one over as close as we can get it to the corner. Yeah, I'm not sure if putting down the trees reduces the noise anymore. I couldn't see a difference on the overlay, but the roads with the trees, I have read or heard in the game that they do reduce noise, noise damage, noise pollution, whatever it is. It's a shame that there are no one-way roads with trees on. Oh, there is. Oh, yeah. It's a choice between trees or cycle lane. And actually that's a 2-lane. There's no... See, if there was a 3-lane one-way road, no bicycle lane, but trees, could be tempted to put that in some places. Possibly. Not sure. And they create a fire hazard. Yeah. Which is fine. That's, you know, silly, but you know, they're trees. Can you then fit another? You can. Which again, this is probably massive overkill, but there we go. Makes sense. It kind of, but yes, it does kind of make sense. Okay, that's fine as a little thing. I'm half imagining we're going to just deconstruct everything that's over here. In fact, we will have to in order to make the south match the north, if the north works well and we like the layout and everything like that. Then that would be so. We need to do this same thing on the other side, I guess. So why don't we just do that now? So this is difficult to place. 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then on the inside of that, 2, 3, and yeah, there, here, skip 1, there and there, I think. There we go. That should be, yeah, that's good. Perfect. Incinerators. Actually, I didn't even look at the coverage, but that is pretty good. Adding more there is going to cover the whole lot. Might. No, you can see it doesn't make it very far down this road. So we probably do need to keep the one we've got on the edge there. Which isn't great. At the moment its pollution is going to hit the harbour, so we probably want to move that. Nowhere good for it. Good for it. The end there might not be a disaster. Pollution still affects the walkway we put in from the harbour, but in the service buildings. We can put it further this way. I can do a loop around the hexagon to get to it. Though that would pollute the train station. Down there's the first point that wouldn't pollute anything. But if they've got to go around the hexagon to get it, it might as well be down here. You've still got good coverage of everything there, so I reckon, yeah, moving it out. As long as it's got good green coverage for every building here, that's probably best. And it doesn't reach the city, so they should prioritise using the ones I'm putting in now for the requirements of the city, hopefully. That one won't let me put on the edge. There we go. There and there. And it won't let me either. There we go. And there. Good. So that's those little clusters of out of town stuff out of the way. Other services that are going to be an issue. If we've got, let's start with the biggest possible. So high capacity hospital has the biggest coverage. It doesn't fit in a hexagon, I remember. Will now fit on the upgraded medium roads, because we didn't have those last time we looked at this, but they're not, the way that things line up, they're not central. I guess this one would be like between, no, that wouldn't. That one would be between two zones, so you could place them there or there. You couldn't place them like actually in the middle, which is like the area I'm thinking of. Here, here and here to cover everything, if they will cover that far. I guess we look at regular old hospital instead. So that would be first possible point. So we were to have one there, one there, there. They're not going to show me the combined coverage because I need to unpause and power them, maybe? Let's try. Don't particularly want to unpause right now, but there we go, just briefly. Coverage is not reaching the far right road, nor the north, but I suspected that might be the case. Okay. Need to move them further to the right, which is an option. It would then affect how far they cover into the next zone. So they're covering 4 hexes. They can move to the right like 2 hexes and still cover the same. But obviously moving them right also moves them north, so the coverage to the south would get worse. Interesting. So let's try I mean, if they can't go on that row, we might as well try high capacity on the next row over, which would be there and there. And then dead central it can't fit. I want to get multiple overlays viewing at the same time. I can't see zoning while I place this. Okay. Also, that one, for example, where it can go, is planning on having a service point instead. So, okay. Maybe the opposite then. So, not at the top end, but at the bottom end of that edge would be there. That one would be there. Then another one, another two up around this one. Like that point. That one. I think. So let's unpause for a second again. See the green lines. That's pretty good. Covers all the way to the edge of town. Doesn't quite cover all of that road at the back, like the absolute top point. Therefore, presumably, yeah, not quite everything down here, which is the edge of one. I'll take that away and look. No, it's not. Okay, got that distance wrong. It's the next one up, so which is well covered. So the coverage at the bottom is good. Coverage at the top is healthcare. So because that's not residential, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter as much. So that's good. 4 high capacity hospitals covers half of the city. I think we'll come back to the other childcare stuff because I'm not totally fussed by it. I think fire and police coverage will be more important, so let's do them first. So ideally we'll use high capacity again because of increased green range. That's pretty big coverage. Looks like we might get away with 3 of them if we find... That's the middle ground. We go dead centre there, and again on this side. And then one dead centre would be here. There we go. So coverage on that is not reaching all the way north, nor the outside edge of the city again, so it's the same kind of problem. It's really not ideal that the gap in the middle between the groups is just slightly too far to get service coverage. Very slightly. They need something over there. Perhaps should have left a gap around the edge or something in order to... Which we can still do, we haven't built anything in yet. And even if we had, we could remove it. We could move the whole thing northwest one, so they're touching each other. And services could go like here and cover better perhaps. Shrink this lot down into a those 5 instead of these 7. Which isn't great, I don't think. I think I'd rather like spend an excessive amount on extra service buildings really. I think we should put in where I think we need the service points. We need to zone in the pedestrian area first. Because they're going to like take specific places here, and the spaces between them are intended for tourist destinations, so we know to leave them blank. Let's zone in the whole half, I guess. Just, yeah, like from this road and half of what's below it, but we can leave that empty. Yeah. This. Oh yeah, my little bitrate bar has gone green again. Things are improving. Go up the edge. Badly timed cough. A bit neater. There we go. Interesting, they're complaining about water. Ah, of course. We extended the city 1 hexagon to the north, but didn't extend our water grid 1 hexagon to the north. We'll need to do that before I forget to do that. Being a good sign, yeah. Yeah. Means things are working again for sure. Something is working again. Don't know if everything is, but definitely a good sign, yeah. Okay, up and over the top, now just down this side. We fill the middle in. We have one enormous pedestrian area. Message from Twitch was that fixed and services should be back to normal. Just refresh your browser. Yeah. No explanation about what happened and why. Yeah, good. At least it's fixed. Up and running. Shame, really. I don't know. You can't expect 100% service uptime. Someone who wants to make a living on Twitch and wants, especially at the moment, wants to grow rapidly, like just having a day where things are going pretty good, you know, people are swinging by, we're having a bit of a chat, things are going well, it's active, and then their entire service dies off and there's like nothing I can do. I'm just gonna have a poor performance day, and it's their fault, and there's nothing you can do about that. People often say, don't they, you should not, if you want to make money creating content online, don't do it on a single platform, because if that platform's having trouble, you're having trouble. It's scary, really, but like I would say, Twitch's service is generally very stable. Generally. I'll put them all in the bits where the highway comes off to start with and see how many that is. I think that's 6. Guess I can hope that all the other streamers gave in, got angry, fed up and walked away and I'm the only one streaming anymore, then everyone's going to come watch me, I guess. Yeah, that's 6. Okay. So we think let's do some counting. So 6, 12, 18, 24. There's 30 high density residential cells. Here we've got 14, and it's about 21, which is interesting in itself. It's actually less. It'll fit less in the city like this. Interesting. We'll see how that goes. It's 21, and we thought 40, 60 trucks maybe. This is providing 180 trucks. It ought to be enough, I think. So we'll try it with just the 6 to start with. We also need the garbage ones. So those are dedicated cargo ones next to where cargo comes in off of the highway. And then we'll put garbage service points over by the incinerators. Just check the route round that way. This one can go that way, yeah, so we can put them find them like there and there, and hopefully 40 trucks of, well, 80 trucks of garbage will be enough if I put them here as well. How did I do that? Not on the center point, but on the edge. So there and there. Fine. Completely forgot about the water pipes, so let's do them. I'm just going to remove the caps and we'll redo them. One hexagon to the north. Viewer numbers going up and down again, so people are returning from wherever they went. I mean, like, not here, I mean they're returning to Twitch, the website, from whatever they were doing while it was down. Or the Twitch number could be broken again, who knows? I don't think so. I think it is working properly now. But what we did, it's like prime time. Come home from work and Twitch is down. It's madness. Go, rejoin that there, yeah, then do the same on this side. Come out a bit for this one, which try get, there you go, 90-degree angle on. Go. One of the vertical lines up. Make all the incinerators happy when we unpause. Oops. Didn't quite snap how I wanted. And then, yeah, this one needs to come out as well. Just realised is we ran that metro line under there, but the pipes are not having a problem, so guess the metro line's deeper than the pipes. Yeah, probably. Move that measuring one out. There, good. That will hopefully make everyone happy with water when we unpause next. Service points are in, both types, hopefully enough, but like we don't know how it'll work having a giant pedestrian area, so we'll have to find out whether it's functional or not. We could split this down with the way that we've ended up having it and the way it's ended up laying out. We could have separate pedestrian areas for each one with separate service buildings if we need to. We shall see. So let's return to fire coverage, fire service coverage. So putting them between, we know doesn't work, but it does if I move down. I hadn't considered that. The green coverage area is going to be affected by one-way streets. If we put it on a street that points towards the left, it's going to get better coverage on the left-hand side. Get one on pointing to the right, it's bigger coverage on the right-hand side. This is interesting. That means that there is an okay spot. This guy's going to go there. The guy on the right-hand equivalent wants to go on the street facing right, which might not be level. Those, I guess. Not be level, but it is, which is interesting in itself as well, actually. So that's facing right and that's facing left. Very interesting. Good, so that's those two. Just unpause briefly. There we go. That doesn't cover the centre nearly enough, and doesn't cover the north at all. Put one between the two of them, which would be this hex. Not two of them, three of them. So up there gives good coverage to the north. Either one is fine from the looks of it. That one's actually touching it, so this one would be my preference. And then, in an ideal world, you can just put the high capacity police opposite. What's that? Station headquarters, high capacity. It's a really small building. It's confusing me. That's... the high capacity one is smaller than the regular one. Yeah, I guess it is. Fine. Put them opposite and the coverage for them should be equally as good because the roads are pointing the same direction and the coverage distance is roughly the same. There we go. Not quite good enough in the north. Interesting. So the fire coverage is also not quite good enough in the north. Okay. Just on the northwest edge. So I do want to move that. They're on a road that goes to the right. So moving them onto this edge wouldn't make a difference. Moving them up to here would. There would. So while we can't I mean, from the size of them, we might fit both on the same... Oops. On the squares. There we go. On the same road, maybe. I'll pause briefly to get the coverage to update. That's better. There's seemingly green coverage over all the north, perhaps. Yeah, not excellent coverage over here, but still coverage. We have enough spare vehicles that it shouldn't really matter. As long as there's a bit of green on the road, it should be well covered. Covered enough. Police coverage, the same deal. A little bit missing there. This is the area where we would put the prison. Just want to see how much of our current prison we're using. 85 out of 500. So we only really need one. The symmetry, I would probably put 2 on these edges rather than 1 up here next to a residential area. We could put it out of town, like out here with this incineration plant. Somehow, I'm sure. Which could be good. It's very big noise radius, so it is fine out here, like on the edge. Doesn't particularly fit well on the road with the spacing of it. A bit longer than the hexagon, so it would be nicer on the points, which are no longer really an option. So I think I'm inclined to put it out of town. I might need, or should only need 1 based on our current usage. Let's do that then. Do we want it out of town to the west? No problem. No. Or maybe we'll have 1 east, 1 west ultimately, but I like the idea of it being here by the incinerator for this area. Share their noise nonsense. So just need to remove this power socket, power pylon. Connect it there. Then we'll send those pylons around, I guess, just temporarily around. Like that will be safest. Although, like, they are connected by being in the blue zone, but prefer it like that. I might prefer moving the whole line. It's not necessary. The mod means they're powered through the road, and we've got power generation closer now, so I'm a bit happier about that. Logic-wise, running from that through the roads out to here, I think that's fine. Good. So we've got the extra healthcare stuff and education and parks left to do. So quite a lot of services still to space out. Could do with another quick break though, so I think I'll do that a little earlier this one, but it was later earlier, so all over the place today. I'll just take another 2-3 minutes to wander around and everything, give the brain a little rest, then we'll come back and look at the rest of the services that we need to slot into this layout, and hopefully unpause before the stream ends tonight so we can get things started. That's my dream. I will be back in a couple minutes. See you then. Hello there. I am back from my break again. Brain half refreshed, but enough to keep going with what we're working on today, which is relatively simple anyway. Service coverage, just looking at those green lines, which are a lot easier to read than the green lines in Anno, so it's not so bad. Let's look at education next. Again, I do prefer the high capacity ones, not because we need the capacity in what we're building necessarily, but the coverage is wider on them. That may be different with this layout. You can see the putting them in the row between is not going to be enough for the side they're pointing towards. It's just about enough to do half of the side they're pointing towards, so the one in the middle, we might need two in the middle. Okay, interesting. Even the non-high capacity one is really not going to cover anywhere near enough. The row that it's pointing in is only just touching like one hex, and doesn't even make it around the hex to get back to itself. So we're going to have to use the high capacity ones, and a lot of them, which is interesting. So even placing here is not going to cover the edge of the city, so we need to have one here, which isn't really planned for. That's like one of the cells we might have put a tourist attraction in, or an extra service point probably if we needed them. It's a bit concerning, but they need school coverage. Guess they don't necessarily need that much of like the green line coverage. The capacity is the most important part. We could cover like putting a park there might be more beneficial overall than just making them travel to a school. Kind of in favour of not giving everyone's property the elementary school coverage. What about high school? Let's look at it before we place the other one in. Like if we did them opposite each other. It's a similar kind of deal. The direction it's facing, it covers half of the cluster. So we'd need one on each side. Kind of like opposing corners. So we can't place an elementary school and a high school on the same spot. So we'd have to kind of hug around that corner maybe. It's an option. Can be done. We know we're not going to give everyone university coverage or university green line because it's massive overkill. We're just going to have a central one. Interestingly, we gave it its own metro stop before. We may want to again, or we'll run bus lines or what have you. Oh yeah, Sarah, welcome back. The two universities gets reasonable coverage of most of the city, not the far north. Yeah, there's probably where I'd put it. And another one on the mirror. I think we'll do that. One there, and then what is that? Above the fire station there. Let's unpause to see the lines. There we go. That's pretty good. It'll allow for the whatever the bonus is that they get from being within that green zone for like all of the central two clusters, half of the edge ones, and a small amount of the northern one. Actually, no, about half the northern one. So it is overkill, but it's probably a lot of positivity positive effect from it. I think we're going to continue our pattern of never building public libraries because the coverage is a big building with a short coverage distance, so it can't make people happy. The bonus seems unnecessary, the education bonus. We've never had a problem with people getting educated in an acceptable time frame. So I'm happy with those two universities living there. We just need to consider whether we are going to connect them to the metro. I don't think we should. We could, though. I have an idea for that. Which I should do before I forget it. Because I'm not going to forget that we need high schools. If we were to put a metro in opposite it, maybe, for example, we could run off the end of this line to get there, or even better yet, the end of this line, because this bottom's going to run straight down to the mirror on the opposite side of town. The top isn't planning on going anywhere. It's not necessary for it to run to next door because that's running through the other part of the same station. I think it would be fine to just connect these together. Like that. Could do the same over here as well. Kind of lined up pretty good. 12 unit corner. And a straight line-ish. Not quite. Make it mirrored. There, so 40 units forward. 12 unit corner. It's not quite a 90-degree turn, but there we go. So they'll still continue south into the other sections, but kind of like that. So if someone's living up here and they want to get to university, they can use the metro to come down into this sector and switch stations to come up to the university. I like it, so we're going to do it. Not sure that's the best spot for the station. It might be better behind it, depending on what else we want to fit in this. That might depend on the placement of the high school, the elementary school, elder care, childcare, and crematoriums, which are the things we haven't placed yet. For now, I'm going to put the other one in. Kind of confident we'll be able to fit things around it. So it's 40 forward and then a 40 forward straight and then a 12 unit corner. It's not right on that side. Not symmetrical, of course. Another 4 units forward. Check what we did here. Don't have to be the same, but you know what I'm like. For it to be an 87.5 degree corner. That one is not, so there instead, 8 units forward, 8 units straight forward. That's better, 87.5 degrees, good. Good, happy with that. High school and elementary school again, which just don't know. I mean, even that coverage doesn't get far enough into the central one to do half of it if there's one there and one the other side. I'm going to start at the bottom of No, you need them all around. Build one on this edge. And then that edge. This edge and shared there. And mirrored. We can try that. So, this edge of the cluster. Let's unpause so I can see what I'm doing. So that's the row 4, so this is the row 4, so the opposite is there. Which is a little overkill. But the lower capacity one's nowhere near enough, so there's no middle ground. There's no point in going further to the east. Going to be spending a lot on services to get this kind of coverage, but we're in sandbox mode, so we can spend the money without issue. But I'm still interested in trying to make the city profitable overall in the end. Okay, so if that's on the 4 row here, which is there, and it goes on that corner of it. Not corner, is it? That edge of it. And the same, but we're going to do it different on this side because we want to cover both, which you can't do because of one-way streets. So I'm going to skip that one for now, do the other side, unpause, and then look at it. So this one goes here. No, a little bit to the left. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 up here. And that one there. A little bit to the left again. Yeah, then let's unpause that and get them online. Okay. 2 in to cover the north as well. That could... no, that won't carry down enough to cover specifically this little stretch here, which is so these 3 hexes have got development in, so they need coverage. As does the top of here, so we need 2 up here when we also need 1 down here, I think. It's not terrible, but we'd still need... yeah, we do. So the one that's down here, for whatever reason, this one on the right is covering better than the one on the left is. Be due to the one-way system in some fashion. So if we put it on a road facing left, that will be fine. There's one, looks like there's one there. It's got good coverage, not great down here, but that's not developed. So there would be fine, as would there by the looks of it. Put it there for now, and then if we need to move it, get better elementary school coverage or something of that nature, then we can do that. Okay, so we need more coverage up the north, and we can't get it with 1, I don't think, unless we were demolishing something or placing it dead centre. But I kind of want to put parks in the middle of each cluster. So I think we just place 1 on the left and 1 on the right, and it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, we'll put it like opposite, behind the hospital. On both sides. That's fine, get them online and... no, that's not fine. They are not covering the far northern point, which... it's not residential, but businesses do still want coverage of stuff in general. So we need to move them up. It's interesting. Let's see how the one way is working. Coverage from this side might be better. No, it's not. But it is good enough if we go there. At least green all along the road somewhat. Good. Elementary school then. Which, like I say, I'm not sure we can really win with it. We're going to have a huge capacity that we're not using, but never mind. We can kind of just like place them next to the high schools. That might actually work. That might be what works. One there, one there. So one there. Here and one here. And one there. The middle high school was... Lost it. Yeah, that building. So opposite that. Maybe. And then, well, like I say, opposite the high schools, I guess. So there and there. Coverage in the far top is not great. Again, it's not as important because it's not residential. There's a dark spot there. And down here, that's not developed, so that's okay. That won't be developed. That corner is. But they're attached to the two-way road, so there's not like swapping it around at all is going to improve it. Move it over towards that edge, but then we'll be moving this one over towards this direction, which would probably reduce a similar spot by the same amount. I don't think we need to fiddle around for the sake of that little bit of grey there, or this bit in the far top, because there's nothing we can do about that. Maybe if we could flip that to the other side of there. That is something we could do. It's on pause to get the coverage back, but that's broken this side because of the one-way system. No. That road is facing to the right, as is that one. Coverage over here shouldn't be so bad. But it is. Just going to rebuild that one. No, it won't. Head east. Should be. No worse than anything else, but it's not happy. And that opens way more gaps than we had before, so that one's going to have to do on this side. And I do love symmetry enough to make those few businesses at the top suffer in grey coverage, just to move that to be the same as that one. Good, so that's elementary school and high school coverage. As good as we're really going to get it, as far as I care. So we're back to the other healthcare coverage. So start with crematorium coverage, which is about as small as the schools. I don't really want to just place a crematorium next to an elementary school all around the map, although we could, and they fit kind of well. Yeah, I think we might have to, because that coverage is really good. Yeah, fine. Where's the other? See, as we unpause, things are starting to build, which is going to get me confused. It's here, right? That's where I'm thinking. Then there isn't great because of the one way, but we'll see when we them all in and unpaused. There is snapping weird, but that's fine. It's the right spot. There's one. Then these are the others, right? So this is different. I'll move this over to fit it on that end. And then these are the other ones, so on the end of there, on the end of there. It's pretty good coverage. Despite the unfortunate placement next to all the schools. It's a game. Just check that elementary school coverage hasn't suffered from me noting that one along. Not really. A few little grey areas may have appeared there. Don't really know if they were there before. It's fine. So now we've got elder care and child care. The only things we've not done yet. Pretty big radiuses. Radii. The green lines are not amazing. They kind of don't cover much from the edge. Then again, as I've said before, I don't really care about them. I'm not too fussed about lifespan and birth rate because we've never had a problem with it, I guess. If we did have a problem, then I'd immediately want to build all these things. Dead centre is obviously best, but I do want to put parks there. That is a priority for me. Yeah, so I'm not going to do that. Just go around opposite all of the hospitals. No, we can't. Houses are being built there. Behind all the police stations doesn't. See, that's a problem. Is that's then going to cover a lot of spots that are not houses. I was inclined not to build any of them, though I think people might complain about that. Heaps in the city, that is. Or we put a whole bunch all over the place, kind of like next to the schools and tons of them. Or we treat it like the university. Don't give people coverage, necessarily give them good coverage, but make it available at the end of a metro station. We could put elder care and childcare in with all those metro stations, with those 2 metro stations. It's better than nothing, I think. At least get to one. Even if the coverages are not good. Yeah. Like I say, I don't really know how important they are, I guess. Could build more in, but the green lines aren't going to cover many houses at all. I don't want to build dozens of them all over the place. But we, I suppose, have quite a lot of space that we haven't put other services in that could be filled with elder care and childcare facilities. Maybe we'll try without for a while and see if we come back later and put more in. I think a lot of these, it would be more beneficial to us as a city to have more parks in those gaps. We shall see. Talking of, that's the last service we haven't put in. So let's. We can. I really like the glass roof things. So these central bits where the metro station is, we haven't put anything zoned in. We just could zone in some residential there, or wait and see what the balance is and what's required and zone that in the middle. Although just the edges of the middle, perhaps. We'll see. I'll even for now just put parks down the central pedestrian road. We can fit this nice glass one in that gap. Rather it was the other way round. What's the other one? Yeah. Down here next to the actual building. Maybe. No, let's do what we did before. Have it on the entrance and exit. Then we can fit a 4 park, like the food court fits there. Food truck thing, whatever it is. And then the other side we've got quite a bit of space. That might fit like a full park of some kind. Not quite that one. Doesn't quite fit a botanical garden. Or the others. Okay. Slightly too small for some of the parks. I'd rather have the glass roof ones in than take them away to put a different park in. So how about good old dog park? There it is. Put that opposite the food truck place. Why not? Do that. Don't necessarily have to do the same thing in all of them, I guess. I will put the same glass roofs in all of them. Then we will need a smaller 4x4 park for the gap between that glass roof and the metro station. This one in the north too. There aren't that many 4x4 options. There are quite a few. There's one. There's another. Actually, I'll put that one there. Small playground. Or is that a little bigger, I think? It is. Japanese garden. That's it. That one can fit there. And is there a type I haven't placed yet? Bouncy Castle Park, I guess I haven't. Oh no, that's a bit bigger as well. Okay. Plazas are all a bit bigger. I've tried a basketball court anywhere before. Let's put one there. Interesting stuff that I've not built yet. That's the one, the little fountain park. That fits there. The happiness distance is pretty short, and there's no residential zones in the first ring. So that may, yeah, that may be fruitless to put the parks in the dead centre. We may need to split the residential ones in half to get parks in the middle of them. If they're unable to level up due to low land value, we'll need to do that. But that's fine. We'll come to that when we come to that. Want some more, the ones that fit opposite. It's a bit small. It's a bit big, but we'll go for it. Oh, that's one of the tiny ones. Another one of the... That's one of the nice parks. Put that in. And then we just need one at the north here. We've placed everything we can get to fit. Apart from Bouncy Castle, so... this is different, of course, because of the second metro station is up here. We can fit a Bouncy Castle there. Sure. Why not? Can also increase access a little bit for everyone if we put little pavements in the back here. Join up to the road. Do another one this side. He doesn't want to do that. Okay. Get to there then. That's fine. Let's do the same in the others. If they would really snap for me. No, don't want to do that. This doesn't want to snap around there. Okay. Interesting. This side of the road's okay? Yeah, just here around that building it won't snap. That. Let's try another side. No, it's the same there. Okay. I think I'm going to be able to draw a good road without that snap around there. It's weird because it did snap around the one in the north. And this one as well. Interesting. Make a good guess. There. That'll do. Usually one for trying things freehand, but there you go. Like to have a little pavement there. There we go, that's good. The service is built. Probably we will need more parks, but for now, that's good. We have some public transport set up. We will likely need buses. I'm thinking like from the centre just to the outside of each, so you'll have a loop perhaps that goes around. Except the one-way system will make that complicated. Very complicated. We will somehow have a loop that goes around. Each cluster will have its own bus route within itself, I guess, is what I'm thinking. That perhaps goes and stops at, like, near the schools, near the hospital that's nearby. Not sure. Don't think we need to put the buses in now. We do need to put in the metro routes. So one that goes from the bottom station to that bottom station, up to the top, back to this bottom station, and then complete the line. That is northwest loop. Loop? It's not really a loop, but let's call it that. That's what it does. It loops between the areas in the northwest. We can call it NW, northwest. They can share colours because we're going to remove, well, all being well with this concept and design, we're going to remove the old ones. Necessarily going to be good. So mirror that route on the right hand side, so from down there, under there, up here, no, that one. Stop there on the way back, then complete the loop. That is northeast loop. can be yellow. Then we need the university, which is just going to be from both of these, I guess. A new one there to there to there. Stop there on the way back. There. That is Northwest University. Let's go with uni. Keep things short and to the point. Can be dark blue. We need a Northeast University. Go. You can be cyan. What am I missing? Can't do the betweeny ones yet, and they swap over above ground, not by train. Although we could connect these ends together. And have it move one on. I should hope that they'll just go above ground, go underground again. And that's quicker than sending the train around to another stop. Especially because that corner's going to be too tight to do in one. I'm sure it'll be too tight to do in one loop. We'll need to go out and around. So that's fine. We want to connect at this end. That means stopping tourists from visiting here, which is going to cause us problems because they're going to want to visit there as long as it still exists. I'm not going to tear it down until we're happy with the new stuff. So I want to reconnect this to the other side, I guess, and connect the new one that I'm more confident with to this side. So let's do that. Don't need to move that corner because we'll use it, but this bit here, put another, assume this was a 12 unit corner. Yeah. There we go. Easy to line with each other. You're going to let me because that road is... because it already came up. Let's cut that back to its old level. Can we get it under the road? Not if I click where the road is, but if I click before it, it's okay. So I'm estimating we want to be 51. It's there. Then do a 12 unit corner. That does not line up, so let's estimate that again. 22, so 10 forward, so maybe 11 forward. 12 unit corner, that looks better. Then join that, which is a funny little step up, but that's fine. This one's going to need to come up higher than it is now, which I'm worried about that train station being in the way. Maybe we can do the corner and still make it up that distance okay. Let's give it a go. So that's going to be the space just before that junction. It's about that one? No. Yeah, that one. 37. So 25 forward, which we can't do. Okay. Yeah, there we go. 25. 12 unit corner. Join. No, slope too steep. That's too far underground. Okay. I guess I want to come up a step. A step or 36 at the moment, I think. Yeah, no, 32. Lining up with there. So we're currently going to be coming forward by 17. Yeah. So I want to come forward by 7 if I can. Yes. Then step up over the next 10. Once. To 18. No. It's a bit steep, that. 24, which is a razor 12. Let's do that. Then do a 12 unit corner. Uh, 12 unit corner. Doesn't seem like it wants to do. Can we come up as we go round the corner? We can. To 18. Then join. Weird little angle, but seems okay. Step up there and then a more severe step up there. That's fine. It's not. We're not even going to see it when it's running, so it's not important. That will be fine. Could bring the whole thing up at once it leaves the city, really, but it's fine where it is. I'm happy with that. So now we can set that route up from there to there and back. Simple one. On. Cyan didn't get renamed. That's Northeast Uni. West Uni. So the green one is Northwest Tourist Connection. Yes. Yeah, it's north and west, but same concept, that's fine. Good. That's all the metro connections set up. Hopefully they work to carry people around. I think we will need buses, but we'll see with time. Probably need buses, probably need more parks. But everything else is kind of covered off. Might want more elder care and child care. Or might not care. I think we can unpause. So I'm going to. We're going to see what I've forgotten. Meadows Centre can be renamed. That's the North X pedestrian zone. I hope that capacity is enough. It seems like a huge number, but it is a big space. See a few buildings cropping up here and there. Harder to tell at night. The road lights are gonna... No, I can still see them. As they appear, they give a little note. Ah, we've got no power in these service points. It's interesting. The roads they're on are powered. The ones on this side are not complaining. Is there a shortage of power? No, we're making 1,000 megawatts more than we need. Why are they complaining? Do they just need a waking up? No. What about waking up like that? Probably not. What about waking up like this? I can then take away. No. Maybe they are not properly attached to the road. They appear to be properly attached. Why don't I try full on reattaching, like that? Nope. Okay. Doesn't seem to be like a snapping issue or anything. Don't know why it's only these three and not the other three. I don't know why it is in the first place. This is complaining about power. Don't want to run a cable all the way over. It's going to get in the way. And the development... Oh, the offices in front of them. So when those offices in front start developing, it will power it. Let's hope we just don't need those three until then. Guess we'll see whether, whether one giant pedestrian area works or not. If things up here in the top left can be powered, can be supplied by this cargo service point in the bottom right, then we'll be fine. If they can't, we'll have a bigger problem. It'll be quite slow for them to move in. There wasn't a huge amount of demand before we unpaused and we zoned everything at once, so something that usually causes a disaster if you're not on like Sandbox settings. You overexpand, then you usually end up with things collapsing in on themselves rather than actually developing into a city, so we should be fine. Lots of little cars driving around. Should be cycling. Ah, I know what we need to do. We need to activate deliver everything. Which I guess we do have the option of disabling that if traffic's perfectly fine and this system of one giant pedestrian zone doesn't work. We could not deliver everything. But we'll see. So all that's doing is these buildings are on regular roads. So normally they'd be supplied by vehicles that drive in on the regular road and give it to them, but whereas these buildings that are on pedestrian roads would be using the service point. Activating that should mean everything uses the service point, hopefully. Thanks, Alazara. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Really appreciate the company and the help. Hope you have a good rest of your evening too. Just a whole hexagon developed in down there. It's a residential one. Kind of makes sense. So we are on max speed, so it's growing as fast as it can. The development seems to be happening in the southeast. There's a specific reason for that. It's the closest to the northern route into town. A bit coming in elsewhere. We haven't watched our eastern tourist connection much either. Not enough sewerage. Interesting. Okay. See now, this is prison is just outside of the water coverage, so connect that up. And this is just a capacity issue. We need another treatment plant adding in. Just become that big. Likely to happen with having zoned so much in all at the same time. We're gonna power will be fine because of the huge number of solar panels we put into place, but water supply is probably it's close, so I'll put another one in now. Just preempt needing that soon. Yeah, it should make them happy again. Good. Cars parked here. Rentals, I guess. They're heading to the harbour to leave the city. We are taking that walk, which is good. Look at these cars. Are they? Yeah, tourists leaving now. Interesting. Not particularly busy. I mean, we said earlier it's not particularly busy because we haven't really built the tourist dedicated unique buildings yet, so actually increase demand for tourist visits. We should see those things get busier. Traffic on the highway is behaving weird. These random like slowdowns happening here and there. Moving in and out is nice. That's a bit more realistic. I assume it has carried over our saves settings regarding that. It must be starting a new city that resets it all. Yeah, very high, and yeah, it has. That's good. Still looks like the majority of traffic on the highways is just driving through and not stopping in the city at all. And a lot of, relatively high number of cars driving around the hexes in these areas, so it'll be interesting to see if it has spread the traffic by spreading the commercial zones a bit, or whether it's just made it worse by putting the problem everywhere instead of just in a focused area. Don't know. So this one has stopped complaining about power supply. It's managed to connect its blue zone up to the buildings that have been cropping up in that area, so that's good. The others, hopefully, well, they've not got zones around them. They may have a problem. We might need to do something about that. Why don't we span this gap? Probably want to put buildings in both of those zones. Can we get... Can't get across the middle there. Probably are going to want tourist building here and here. And we'll just build it for now and tear it down when we find it's in the way. Suppose. Sort that one out at least. Yeah, this one's not going to get close enough. We could do the same there, or connect it to the whatever this is in front of it, hospital, I think. Let's follow the same pattern, do what we did at the other place. Keep things vaguely symmetrical. So And if we're keeping things symmetrical, I guess I should do it to these ones too, even though they're not having an issue. And we can likely change it later. Something will change and we'll be able to take them out later. I'm not too concerned about that being a permanent eyesore, but I'll at least stop the complaints for now till we reach that point where we can start putting those buildings in. Quite like to see the city fully developed in a pattern that we're happy with, which could be this one or it might not be, but to do the whole big hexagon in one pattern, let it fully establish, see what the traffic's like, try and solve any issues we might have, and then bring in the tourist buildings to see how the tourist visits affect the traffic in the city and everything like that. So it could be a while before we're building those things in, because it will take a while to develop out this much zoning. These guys complaining because garbage has piled up. Interesting. There are plenty of incinerators. They're definitely within range. It's not used any of its trucks in the pedestrian zone, so why would garbage be piling up? No one's sent a garbage truck from the incineration plant to collect it, I guess. Not sure about that. Others are not complaining and they are using their trucks. A truck. Let's build a new one. See if that refreshes it. Possible. This is happiness is pretty high. That's nice to see. This increases land value, but the entertainment is very low. A lot of the land is not in range of the parks that we built. They're too small. Their coverage is too small. So that's like a land value might not be high enough to fully develop. Capacity's okay for now, and it's going to increase because we're not developed much yet. Shall see. This guy's not complaining yet, so hopefully it was just a little glitch and everything's good. It's not bad. 7 hours into the stream and got everything sorted, organised, a layout that I was happy with. I didn't dither about too much before setting this all out. Change of the plan, of course, doing the whole north as one hemisphere rather than a quarter. It's just the way that things fit, I guess. Trying to maintain the big hexagon within the hexagons. It's good. I'm happy with that layout that we've got, the way they fit. Service coverage didn't end up being that bad once we got everything placed out. Pretty good going, I think. Our big connection for the tourists coming in from the east of the city. I'm still doubtful that the traffic's going to come off in order to get on the metro rather than continuing just around the corner and driving through. Don't know if there is anything we can do to encourage that. We need to, glad I opened that menu to have a think, we need to extend our district out to cover the extra row that we added in the north here. All those buildings get covered by the same rules. Don't want to have a neighbour who's allowed pets when you're not. That up a bit. Isn't very neat. Go. We the stream up early tonight because we've I've done everything I set out to do today early tonight. Next thing is just to let things develop and what have you, so that'd be nice to watch and all, but after 7 hours of working and developing on things, I think sitting and watching it grow will just put me to sleep, so not much point you guys watching me sleep while the city develops. Better to come back in the next session, be more engaged with what's going on and whatever little amendments we might need to make and what have you. But yeah, everything we've developed in has been really great today. It's been a great session. So I think I will save the game there and wrap things up for tonight. Let's get it back on the main save, hex save. There we are. It's all good. Let's hop out and say thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining me tonight. Twitch issues have spoiled things a little. I think we had a really strong start to the stream, and then a lot of hiccups that you know, bothered me, distracted me for sure, and then prevented people from coming and joining in as fully as I would have liked. So bit of a shame on that regard, but you know, we won't hold it down. We still had a nice 7-hour session. Like I say, got lots of stuff done, so it has been positive. And I'm grateful for everyone who did stop by or who is catching this later on, like on YouTube or in the VODs or whatever, whenever it is. Thank you very much for watching. Do appreciate it. Do try and join us as often as you can, because it's really nice hanging out with people here on Twitch. Cities Skylines will be back on Friday. This Friday, 2 PM GMT, like always. Another nice long session, watching things grow in the city in this north sector, and seeing how it develops, what we might need to move around, all those little bits and pieces that we did in the last quarter. See how it goes until it is fully developed, if it's capable of that, hopefully. I will be back for my next stream tomorrow, 2 PM GMT. Like always, we'll be playing Anno 1800 again. Learned a lot in the last session of that, so I'm looking forward to kind of putting some of that into practice and seeing what we can improve. So I think it could be a fun one tomorrow. Looking forward to it. With things being so weird and unsettled tonight, there's not many people around, so I'm not going to raid into anyone tonight. We'll just call the stream. I've got some things to do away from my screens for once, and then maybe an early night. We'll get a head start on tomorrow and tomorrow's stream. So it could be good. So just time for one last thank you very much, and hope to see you all again soon. Good night.